You're listening to The Stolen Amish Wedding, Book 27 of the Amish Bonnet Sisters by Samantha Price. Read for you by Auntie Garcia Roos. Chapter 1. Cherish washed the dishes at the kitchen sink, looking out the window at Levi. He hadn't been well these past couple of years. Everyone was worried about how lethargic and pale he was. It was as though he'd aged 15 years in the past 3. It was because of Levi's health that Cherish couldn't leave the orchard and move to her farm. The timing was off, and lately, Cherish had been wondering if the timing would ever be right. It'd been 3 whole years since Cherish had been to the farm. It wasn't fair. The last time she'd been there was when Simon and his parents had visited. That visit had only served to bring Favor and Simon together. So much together that they were getting married in just 1 month. Cherish didn't really mind that Favor had stolen Simon away. It had annoyed her at the time, though, especially when Favor had flirted with him even before Cherish had admitted to Favor that she was no longer interested. Somehow, Mom knew how Cherish had felt and often reminded her that she had done the very same thing with Jonathan before he married Honor. Cherish accepted that, but she'd been young and silly back then, so that was her excuse. Favor was much older, so she had no reason to behave like that. Simon and Favor's courtship had lasted 2.5 years. It was a long time, and Cherish figured Simon had been waiting for his mother's approval before he asked Favor to wed. Simon never did anything without his mother's say-so. Simon's mother was just one of the reasons Cherish knew she could never marry into that family. As Cherish washed the breakfast dishes, she saw Samuel had joined Levi outside, and they were both doing something with the horses in the yard. Her mind wandered back to the time Simon and his family had visited the farm. Simon and she had no alone time, between Favor inviting herself places and Simon's parents doing the same. It was so rude of Favor, but Favor didn't care. She was too in love with Simon to care about her sister's feelings, and she even loved Simon's parents. Just as well, because they'd be in her life forever once Simon and Favor married. Ada walked into the kitchen. "What are you doing, Cherish? Daydreaming again? That's all you ever do these days." "I was just thinking about Favor and Simon." "So the answer to my question is yes. I've never seen a girl daydream as much as you do." Ada gave a small chuckle. "I knew Simon would be good for either you or Favor. It's wonderful. I hope you're not upset that he chose her." Cherish turned away from the sink, trying to hold in her laughter. That wasn't how it had happened, but who cared how Ada saw things? It didn't bother Cherish one bit. "I'm just happy for Favor." Ada sat down at the table. "I know you say that, but deep down you must feel odd being the only one out of your sisters that isn't married or who has plans to marry. You're 21 now." Thanks for reminding me." "It's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm not in a rush. I might not marry at all." "Oh, that wouldn't do." Cherish giggled at Ada's horrified expression. "Do you even like anyone?" Ada asked with her eyes bugging out. "Not at the moment. Why is it awful to be unmarried? I think it's a good choice." Cherish wasn't going to share her feelings with Ada. She pulled out the plug, shook the water off her hands, and sat down with Ada. "I just want to get to the farm." "Get to the farm, get to the farm," Timmy said, parroting her. Ada and Cherish looked at each other, then looked at the 2 budgies in the cage and laughed. Cherish covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh, I didn't realize I say it that much that Timmy has learned to say that." "You do, so there you go. He is a clever bird." Cherish stared at Ada. "Do you like Timmy now?" "I never said I didn't. It's your mother who doesn't take kindly to pets." "Oh." "Your mother and I don't need to agree with everything, but I do agree with her feelings about the fact that you can't leave your family now. Everyone needs you. Everyone." Cherish sighed. "That's the problem. I can't go, can I? Levi's too sick. He says he's okay, but everyone knows he's not. Do you mean to just visit the farm or to go there for good? Cherish sighed. I guess just to visit for now would be wunderbar. I know Mom would be too upset if I left for good, especially with Favor already being at the Copples' house. It's your duty to stay here. Is it, Ada, or is it my duty to live my own life? Cherish could no longer hold in her frustration. They've had their lives. My life is and always has been the farm. It's calling out to me. I could hear it whispering to me, telling me to come home. Ada put her hand on Cherish's arm. I know how hard this is for you, but that's the way things have to be for now. We'll be visiting your farm very shortly when we go to Favor's wedding. Ada turned her gaze to the ceiling. It's so odd that she's already moved to the Copples farm. And so odd that she's agreed to have the wedding there rather than here, her childhood home. I know. The whole situation is very weird. Cherish slumped into her chair. The place wasn't the same without Favor. Even though they didn't always get along, she'd grown up with Favor. They'd been each other's special friend when they were growing up. Cup of tea? Ada asked. No, thanks. Cherish shook her head. I don't feel like one. I've just had coffee. I mean for me. I'd like a cup of hot tea when you're ready. Oh, sure. Ada would come in for tea when she'd just finished cleaning the kitchen. There was no use complaining. No one would listen. As Cherish made the tea, she continued thinking about the farm. Debbie's here so Mom and Levi wouldn't be alone. Debbie is busy with her stall at the market. Any time now, she'll be off marrying Peter. I'll guarantee it. No man courts a woman for that long if he doesn't want to marry her. Cherish filled the tea kettle with water. Why is Debbie's market stall more important than me moving to my farm? Cherish popped the kettle on the lit stove. Because Debbie's older and she has a child. Besides, Levi and Wilma aren't her parents. A person has a duty to the people who raised them. I know. Cherish shook some tea leaves into the pot, thinking that she'd raised herself for the most part. She wasn't about to say that aloud and risk a lecture from Ada. Ada looked on in horror at what she was doing with the tea leaves. I've given up telling you to use a spoon for that. Spoons are all different sizes anyway. I've never heard you complain before. You never listen, that's why. Ada smiled. Don't worry, you'll get to live on your farm. Cherish took a deep breath and sat down. At this stage, she couldn't see how. If Levi got worse and died, then Mom would fall apart, and then she'd never get away from the orchard. Unless she took Mom to the farm when that day came. No, Mom would never be that far away from Ada, or the home that held so many memories. Wilma had lived at the orchard for most of her life, and she'd been friends with Ada for even longer. That wasn't the answer. Cherish was trapped there forever. She put a cup and saucer down in front of Ada, then poured the hot water into the teapot. I feel like I'm never getting away from here. Ada's eyes bugged open. Oh, you poor thing. Never getting away from this beautiful large house with the most luscious apple trees at your door, with food always on your table, surrounded by a loving family. Ada paused to draw a quick breath and then continued. Open your eyes and see the beauty that surrounds you every day. Anyone would love to be standing in your stockinged feet, Cherish. You've got a lovely family. You have everything you should want and need at your stubby fingertips. Cherish frowned and looked down at her fingers. They're not stubby. I just know I need to be at the farm, to live there. That's my real home, not here. Don't let your mother hear you say that. She'd be heartbroken, Ada whispered, even though there was no one to overhear them. She knows how I feel, but I've kept quiet about it since Levi's been sick. I haven't mentioned the farm once. Well, maybe once, or possibly twice. The worst thing for Cherish was seeing no way out. Since Aunt Dagmar had left the farm to her, she'd visited it once each year, with the exception of the past 3 years. Every day of those past 3 years, Cherish had remembered with longing the brief shared moment between Malachi and herself when their lips had touched. Did he ever think about it too? He never mentioned it in all the letters he wrote or the calls he made to her from the phone in the barn. "It's been quiet here since Favor left," Ada said. "I know, and we'll notice one person less when it gets busier around harvest time. But when you eventually get to your farm to live permanently, Favor will live close by. That's good for you." "That'll be great, but it'll be too far for her to go there and back in the same day with the horse and buggy. She'll have to come and stay for a couple of days. She'll be married by then, so she can bring Simon with her." Ada shook her head and looked down. "What did I say? Oh, you mean I should have realized that Favor and Simon won't be allowed to go anywhere without Melvin and Harriet? Favor will never be able to shake the in-laws off. They'll be stuck to her like glue," Cherish giggled. "She knew what they were like before she agreed to marry him. That's one reason I changed my mind about him." Ada shook her head and her cheeks wobbled. "That's not nice. Harriet is my dear friend, and that was unkind. That's the problem with you." Cherish frowned. "I'm just saying the truth. Is that a bad thing?" The truth was that Cherish used humor to cover up how depressing it was being trapped. What she really wanted to do was spread her wings and fly. Fly away from the orchard, away from feeling like a child, and away from people who smothered her. Why couldn't she say what was on her mind without being judged for it? Ada continued. "You need to adjust your attitude about Simon's parents. They're some of the loveliest people I know. And yes, they're close to their son, and why wouldn't they be? He's all they have. Harriet wasn't blessed with loads of kinner like your mother and I were. We could spread our love among our kinner. Their love is concentrated on Simon. It's okay if we don't always agree. You have your opinion and I have mine. My idea is that you raise your children and there comes a time when you have to let them go. Let them make their own mistakes, and let them be who they're meant to be. I think that's the best way to be a good parent." When Cherish saw Ada was unconvinced, she went on. "Look at birds. They push their baby birds out of the nest when it's time. They don't follow them around, checking on them until they have babies of their own." "Then that's what you can do when you have your babies. You can push yours out of the nest to fend for themselves and never give them another thought." "I will," Cherish sighed. "Did I say something that upsetting?" Ada asked. "No, why?" "You sighed. You've been doing that a lot lately." "Oh, I didn't realize. I'll try not to sigh." "Exactly. In everything give thanks. That's what we're told to do." Cherish nodded. "I'll give it a go. I am grateful I'll be at the farm soon, and I'm grateful you'll be there with me. You've been so kind over the years accompanying me to the farm. I'm thankful for that." "I do what I can," Ada chuckled. "Now you can pour. I can tell you this, Cherish. Sometimes in life things don't go as planned. You have to ride out the storms. It'll be good for you to have some hardships. I'm not saying that the orchard and living here is a hardship. It's anything but." "You're right about things not going as planned. Look at Favor and Simon. Who would ever have thought that would have happened?" "Well, it hasn't happened yet, I suppose. There's still time for Favor to change her mind." "Sour grapes!" Ada picked up the teapot and swirled it. "You missed out. You had your chance with him. I know you said you didn't like him anymore, but maybe you only said that because you knew he was going to choose Favor." "That's okay if you want to think that." Cherish smiled. She'd had a lucky escape from Simon and his clinging parents. They reminded her of a vine that grew up and covered a tree. The vine covered the tree so much that the tree withered because the vine was cutting off the light and the air. If that's what Favor wanted, she was welcome to them. Everyone had warned her, Everyone but Ada, who saw nothing wrong with Simon being attached to his folks. Nothing to say? Ada asked. I'll have to be quicker next time when a man shows me the slightest bit of interest. Yes, you will. Ada poured herself a cup of tea. You're not having a cup? No, I've got to get the room ready for Miriam and Earl, and 2 more rooms for the children. Then I've got to clean the house. Just sit and talk with me until Wilma gets back from visiting Joy. She won't be long. There's plenty of time. They're not due here till just on dark. I hope they can stay a long time. I'm not sure. They said maybe a day or 2. I think they're visiting all their relatives and staying a day or so at each place. Cherish was eager to see Earl, her older half-brother, and his family. As much as she was keen to get her work over and done with, it seemed Ada wanted to talk. She felt a bit sorry for her for some reason. I hope Joy feels better. We'll soon find out. If she hasn't recovered from her cold, Wilma will have to stay there longer. Ada took a sip of tea. Who would have thought Miriam would have had twins and then triplets a year later? I know, it's amazing. Just as well we've got a big house for when they visit. I wonder if they'll have any more. They very well could. They have 5 children now, and your mother and I were worried about her having none. We thought Earl and she would be childless, given Miriam's age. Cherish couldn't help smiling. How does that make you feel? Well, it's not nice to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong this time, though. 5 children in 3 years is pretty good. Cherish laughed. I know, it's a miracle. I can't wait to see them all. Then Cherish heard the phone ringing from the barn. She looked out the window and saw that Samuel's buggy was gone and Levi was nowhere to be seen. They'd probably gone somewhere together. They often did that without telling anyone. You'd better run if you want to get that, Ada told her. Cherish left Ada and ran out, hoping it would be Malachi. He called her at least once a week. Cherish picked up the receiver just as it rang one more time. Hello, Baker Apple Orchard. Cherish, where's Favor? It was Crystal. Cherish was disappointed. You know where she is. She's staying with the Copples. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say, where's Favor? I don't know what's gotten into me. My head's all of a muddle and I'm going mad. I wanted you and I need to see you now. Can you meet me at the quilt shop? Well, we've got Earl and Miriam coming later today and... Please, Cherish, I need to talk with someone. Cherish knew Crystal must have been hugely upset by something if she'd reached out to her. She sounded awfully shaken up about something. Would it be possible that you could come here? Oh, yes, I didn't think of that. I can come before the shop opens. I'll see you soon. Before Cherish could answer, Crystal had ended the call. The dial tone hummed in Cherish's ear. Chapter 2. When Crystal arrived, she helped Cherish make the beds for the guests. What's so important? Cherish asked as she tucked the sheet in at the corners. I'm leaving. Cherish stood up. You're leaving? What, you mean leaving the community? Yes, I talked to the bishop and he wasn't okay with me writing a book. Cherish covered her mouth and sat heavily on the bed. After all this time, Crystal had fooled them. Here she was, openly admitting her wrongdoing. She'd said she wouldn't continue with the book, and then she joined their community. Writing a book? It's written. It's written? Cherish asked. Cherish, you're just repeating everything I say. Cherish closed her mouth when she realized it was gaping open. I'm more shocked about you leaving than about the book. What about the quilt shop, and what about Gertie? She's come to rely on you so much. I know, but it is what it is. Cherish frowned. What type of an answer was that? I'm not looking forward to telling Gertie. Will you come with me? Crystal asked. No. Crystal grabbed Cherish's arm. You have to. Favor's gone. She was my only friend, and you're her sister. Cherish shook her head. let's take things back a little. Why did you suddenly write a book when you said you wouldn't? Crystal hung her head. I'm sorry, but... Crystal heaved a huge sigh. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. It doesn't matter anyway now, I suppose. Years ago, when I had to leave here, I shopped my idea around and then I found an agent. The agent got me a book deal. But when I submitted what I'd written up to that point, they didn't like it. They suggested I get more entrenched into Amish life, become one of you, and then rewrite it with a different take on things. Cherish nibbled on a fingernail. She hadn't seen this coming. This was all a trick? People have to suffer for the sake of art. Art is often about suffering. Writing is an art form. Cherish's face scrunched up. So everyone has to suffer so you can write? Or are you saying that you have suffered by being one of us? It's not about you, it's about me. The book is about my experience of not only living with the Amish, but actually being Amish. There are plenty of books out there from people who've visited the Amish, so I found out. My book will be better because I became one of you and lived as one of you for years. So you went through all this, got baptized and everything, for nothing? Cherish asked. You lied to the bishop and to God? No, it's not for... No, that's right. It's for art and your own selfish reasons. What about God? You mocked us. You became one of us and we gave you our trust. I believe in God. Of course I do. At the time, I was thinking of not writing the book at all. I was going to give back the advance the publisher paid me. You got paid? Money? Cherish asked. Oh, yes. Cherish shook her head. This was why she'd never trusted Crystal. But she had gotten used to her. I was right about you all the time. What are you going to say about us in your book? It's not only about you and your family. It's about how the whole community works, their attitudes, beliefs, and lifestyle. You're one of us. Not for much longer. Don't worry, I've only said lovely things about you and your family. I have such great memories of living here at the orchard. Cherish folded her arms. That's the only reason you came back here all those years ago? That's right. Cherish shook her head. So, does the bishop know? Yes, I just told you that. I didn't take that in. I'm in shock. What did he say? Cherish asked. He didn't like it. He seemed a bit upset with me. He said I'd have to make a choice. He told me to pray about it, and I have. So, he hasn't kicked you out or anything? Crystal sat on the half-made bed. No, I haven't been shunned or excommunicated, but I have to leave. He's given me a couple of weeks before I give him my final decision. Where will you go? Anywhere I want. I've invested the advance they gave me, and when the book sells, I'll get even more money. Now Cherish started to feel a little sorry for her. Have you got friends outside of the community? I've got Eddie and his folks. Is that it? Cherish asked. Eddie and his parents were beekeepers that lived close to the orchard, and they were Englishers. Yes, but it doesn't take long to make friends. Are you and Eddie secretly dating? Cherish had been suspicious of that for years. No, we liked each other at one point, and then it fizzled because we couldn't see each other that much. Besides, he's too in love with his bees. I didn't want to compete with insects for his attention. Forget the book, Crystal. Just stay. You've become part of this community. People rely on you now. Look how you helped Debbie get her tea onto that website. Yes, I did set up a website for her. It's not hard when you know what to do. And you've helped a ton of other people as well. Crystal adjusted her prayer cap. It's not as though I can't be replaced. Tons of people can do what I do. Anyway, what do you care? You've never liked me. Cherish had to say what she felt. It's not about liking, it's about trust. I've never trusted you, and now I know why. Well, I'm sorry things worked out this way. I'm sorry I deceived everyone, but it's what I had to do to get the book finished. Where did you find time to write it? There was nothing else to do at night. I can't go out, and there's no TV. I wrote it all longhand in a notebook, and when it's not busy at the shop, I transferred it to a file on the computer. It's already off being edited. Wow, I have no words. Cherish leaned against the wall. Crystal smiled. How about congratulations? I don't think so. Are you going to tell Levi and Wilma? No. I've already told Favor, and she was fine with it. I'll send her my address when I get to where I'm going. I'll go up and stay with Mom for a while. So, will you come with me? Where? To tell Gertie. She'll be upset. She'll worry about who will run the shop for her. She's come to rely on me for everything, but it's not as though I'm not replaceable. Someone else can run the shop for her. I feel sorry for her. She believed in you. She always said such nice things about you. Has she? Crystal's eyebrows shot up. Yes. We really get along. She's like the grandmother I'll never have. I'll miss her. I'll miss a lot of people. I could have been very at home here if things had been different. Even though Cherish and Crystal weren't close, Cherish couldn't imagine what life would be like without her around. Cancel the book and stay. You've got a life here. You're one of us now. How many years have I been here? I don't know, 6 years or something? Cherish nodded. That's right, about 6 or even more. 6 years, and I have no husband. No one's interested in me. I don't want to be alone forever. All the good men are married. No, they aren't. Who's not married? You tell me. Cherish guessed she was leaving because she saw no prospects of marriage. Maybe it wasn't about the book at all. Andrew Weeks? He's perfect. He's a good friend of Adam Wingard, Bliss's husband. I know who Adam is, silly. Crystal gazed up at the ceiling. I never thought of Andrew like that. He's hard-working and he's nice, Cherish added. And there are others. I just can't think of them at this minute. If Andrew liked me, he would have made it known by now. So, you'd be willing to get to know him better? Cherish asked. Crystal pressed her lips together and appeared to be deep in thought. No, I've sent the book in. My bridges are burned. The bishop probably hates me, and I told him I'm leaving. He doesn't hate you, and you don't have to leave. You said he gave you time to think about it. Crystal's cheeks flushed, and she looked as though she was about to cry. I know, but he's disappointed in me. Thanks for trying to make me stay. It shows me you do care about me a little bit. I do. Cherish was surprised to hear herself admit that. You've changed a lot from the selfish girl who'd arrived at the apple orchard pretending she was someone else. Thanks, Crystal giggled. We did have some fun times, didn't we? Cherish smiled, thinking about all the good times and the bad. Just think about staying, would you? I've given it a lot of thought. I'm leaving tonight. Eddie's coming to collect me from Gertie's house after I shut the store. I'll stay the night at his parents' house, and they'll drive me to the bus station as soon as I book the ticket. You've got it all planned out, Cherish said. I do. Was any of it real, Crystal? Crystal laughed. You're sounding like a boyfriend I'm breaking up with. Sadly, my life has gone by without experiencing any kind of courtship. There was only my brief flirtation with Eddie. Typical Crystal. She hadn't even answered the question. Have you told Favor yet? Yes, I told you I did. She wasn't even shocked. She was too busy talking about Simon to want to talk about me and what's going on in my life. I can't believe she agreed to marry him. She won't listen to me. You told her not to marry him? Not in so many words. I tried to get her to see what everyone else sees. Simon needs to cut the apron strings and move away from his parents' farm. Favor should tell him to do that before she agrees to marry him. But it's too late for that. Yes, it's already going ahead. Simon's mother is planning it. Hopefully Favor will get a say. Crystal twirled her cap strings around her fingers. It's always at the bride's house. I can't believe Wilma agreed to have it at Simon's house. Cherish recalled how upset her mother was when Favor announced she was moving to Simon's parents' house ahead of the wedding. And not only that, Favor announced she was having the wedding at the Copples farm. Well, Simon's mother can be very forceful, and now with Favor already living there, Mom didn't really have a say. Crystal shook her head. I don't know what Favor's thinking. She'll wake up one day and realize she's made a dreadful mistake. Then what is she going to do? Cherish was shocked to hear Crystal speaking so forthrightly. That's exactly what I thought, but she could sound so well with Harriet. Maybe she's fine with the way Simon is ruled by his parents. I wasn't going to say something as strong as that, but I think they run his life. Now they'll run Favor's life. I guess it's her choice if she wants that. I'm just sad she's gone. We used to be so close, but she's hardly even talked to me since Simon came into our lives. Favor will want you there at her wedding. You two have been so close for so long. You're still her best friend. Why don't you stay for the wedding and then make up your mind about leaving after that? You could meet someone at the wedding. Crystal shrugged her shoulders. I doubt it. She's been a bit withdrawn from all of us, but you should go to the wedding. She talked about me being an attendant ages ago, but she hasn't mentioned it lately. I think Harriet told her I shouldn't be one because I wasn't born into the community. No, she wouldn't have done that. Cherish shook her head, but once she thought about it some more, Harriet might have suggested that. I don't know. So, will you come with me to tell Gertie? Crystal stared at Cherish with hopeful eyes. Cherish swallowed hard. It was the very last thing she wanted to do, but lately she had a hard time saying no to people. Okay, I'll come with you. That doesn't mean I'm pleased about the book. It's not a bad book. I say nothing mean about anyone. You'll have to read it and see for yourself. I'll have to take your word on that. I don't want to read it. You should. Cherish shook her head. No thanks, I'll give it a miss. I'll meet you at Gertie's place. I'm going there now to tell her, then I'll work in the quilt shop for one last day. We'll have to leave now or we'll be late. Okay, I'll follow you there, but I can't stay long. I'll have to be here when Earl and Miriam arrive. They're meant to be here at 6. 6? You've got all day. I know, but I've got a lot to do before they get here. There's no one to help me. The girls went downstairs to find Wilma back from Joy's house. Cherish told her she had to go somewhere with Crystal and she wouldn't be long. As Cherish climbed into her buggy, she wondered if she was going there simply to pick up the pieces. There was a good chance that Gertie could break down. She hadn't been well, and this might destroy her. Cherish knew Crystal was right. Gertie had come to rely on Crystal for pretty much everything. Now, Gertie would be one more person the family would have to take care of. Chapter 3. Cherish stayed behind Crystal as she walked to the front door of Gertie's house, where Crystal had lived for the past few years. Crystal hesitated when she put her hand on the door handle. There's always time to change your mind, Cherish whispered. You don't have to leave. You've become like family. I can't imagine the community without you. Cherish didn't want to say it, but it felt like another of her sisters was moving away. She looked over her shoulder at Cherish. It's too late. The book's out of my hands now. I really have to leave. When they walked in, the house was dark and all the curtains were drawn. Crystal opened one of the curtains. It was then they both saw Gertie sleeping on the couch. Do you want me to wait until she wakes up? Cherish asked, worried about the time. Crystal looked over at Cherish. Then she had a closer look at Gertie. And right then, Cherish had a dreadful feeling. Crystal moved closer to Gertie and touched her shoulder. Gertie's arm slid off her chest and just hung there. Gertie didn't even wake up. Crystal whipped her head around and looked at Cherish. Cherish stuttered. Is she? Gertie, wake up. Crystal touched Gertie again on her shoulder, and Gertie didn't move. Cherish rushed over. Is she breathing? Crystal picked up Gertie's wrist and felt for a pulse. I can't feel anything. You try. Cherish stepped back. One look at Gertie's pale face, and she knew that she was dead. No, she's gone, Crystal. Crystal slumped in front of Gertie and wept. Tears streamed down Cherish's face as she backed away and then leaned against the wall. It reminded her of when Aunt Dagmar died. She was alive and talking one minute, and then gone the next. What'll we do? Crystal asked through her tears. Cherish took a deep breath. We'll call the bishop. Where's the nearest phone? I don't know. I can't think. Crystal cried harder still. Let's both go over to the bishop's house. We can't just leave her here. She'll be fine. You go, Cherish. I'll stay here. Cherish got to the bishop's house and found out the bishop was out, but due back any minute. Cherish told Hannah, the bishop's wife, what had happened and went back to Gertie's house to wait with Crystal. Half an hour after Cherish had gotten back, the bishop pulled up outside Gertie's house. Here's the bishop. This is awful. I hope he's okay with me being here, Crystal said. Of course he will be. Crystal felt pangs of all kinds of anxiety as Cherish opened the door for Bishop Paul. Hello, Cherish. Hello. Hannah is feeling poorly. She wanted to come, but I told her to stay home. That was nice of her. I'm sorry she's not well. Thank you. She'll be fine. He walked through the door and said hello to Crystal. Crystal nodded. Hello. You found her? He asked as he walked over to look at Gertie. Cherish and I did. I called the funeral director and he'll be here shortly. Crystal told him, I'm sorry for what I said to you before and about the book. You have to do what you think is best. Crystal licked her lips. It was a hard decision. The bishop sat down. I'll have to contact her relatives. I'll do that as soon as I get home. Yes, of course. Crystal sat down too, and so did Cherish. Then there was an awkward silence. We just found her like that, Crystal said. She was old, in her 90s. God called her home, the bishop said. 90 is old, Cherish commented. When will the funeral be? A tear trickled down Crystal's cheek. Cherish wished she hadn't said that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. The bishop answered. It'll depend on what her family wants. They're all in Haven. All in Haven? Cherish asked. The bishop frowned at her. Haven County. Oh, Haven County? Cherish asked again. They live in Haven County, Cherish, Crystal told her. Oh, sorry. Haven County sounds like such a nice place. It would if it existed. There's probably no place with that name in all the world. Cherish wished she hadn't even opened her mouth. How about I make some hot tea? That would be nice, Bishop Paul said. Cherish stood up, and then Crystal offered to help her. Once they were both in the kitchen, Crystal whispered, This is awkward with him waiting around. I just told him I'm leaving, and now I see him again. I know, but I'm glad he's here. Cherish filled the tea kettle while Crystal organized cups and saucers. Crystal wiped away another tear and then blinked hard. I'm glad she never had to find out I was leaving. She would have been so upset, and then who would have been here to look after her? Cherish shrugged her shoulders. Don't think about all the what-ifs. They'll drive you crazy. Crystal grabbed the teapot. This was hers. She loved this teapot. Cherish blinked back tears of her own. It was so sad. How will I get over this? I was about to leave her, Crystal whispered. You will get over it. You won't forget, but it will get easier as time moves on. When Aunt Dagmar died, I just went out of the house to do something, and I came back and she was gone. Just like that. I remember that, but you weren't about to leave her. I guess not, Cherish sighed. At least we'll see them again one day. They aren't really gone, they're just not here. Well, if they're not here, then they aren't here. Cherish hoped Crystal hadn't lost her faith in God. Or had that been a lie, too? Before the funeral director arrived, Eddie pulled up outside the house in his pickup truck. Both Crystal and Cherish looked out the window and saw him. Crystal said, "Cherish, can you tell him what's happened? I can't even talk about it. Tell him my trip will be delayed and I'll talk to him later." "Sure." Cherish headed out the door. Eddie saw her and got out of the truck to meet her. "Hey, what's going on? Where's Crystal?" he asked, glancing over at the house. "Gertie has just died." "No." His mouth fell open and he placed his hand on his forehead. "Yes." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I knew she was getting frail. How's Crystal holding up?" "She's too upset to talk to anyone. She asked me to tell you that her trip is off and she'll contact you later." "She's not leaving anymore?" he asked. "I think she's still going, but I guess she'll stick around for a while, at least for Gertie's funeral." "Oh, yes, there'll be a funeral." Eddie looked over at the house once more. "Are you still in love with her?" Cherish asked. Eddie rubbed his nose. "You can tell." "I can." His eyebrows rose just slightly, as though he was still hopeful. "I'm not in her plans. All I can do is be there for her. Anyway, that doesn't seem important with Gertie passing away so suddenly." Cherish was happy to talk about something other than death. It was too upsetting. "Does Crystal know how you feel?" "I try to tell her, but she changes the subject or makes a joke about it. I've done all I can think of to do." "I think you two would be good together." "Yeah, well, try telling her that." He rolled his eyes. Cherish didn't want to get his hopes up. Perhaps she'd already said too much. "I've been trying to talk her into staying." Eddie hadn't heard a word she'd said. "I guess she was always out of my league." "I don't think that's true. It's probably just a timing thing." He looked back at the house for a third time. "Tell her I'm thinking of her." "I will, Eddie." Eddie got back into his truck and lowered the window. "I'll see you later, Cherish. It's about time I delivered you some more honey." Cherish smiled. "My mother will love that. We all will." Eddie gave her a nod and the window closed. Then he reversed his truck down the driveway. Cherish stood there and watched him leave. Now she had to go back into the house and wait for the funeral director. When the funeral director arrived in a large white van, Cherish and Crystal huddled in Crystal's bedroom while the bishop talked to him and sorted out some details. "I feel so guilty," Crystal whispered. "Don't. You didn't cause this." "I know, but I was leaving her. I didn't realize how sick she was." "She might not have been that sick. It was her time to leave. She's gone home to be with God. That's good for her, but not so much for everyone who's left." "Yeah, I know." "Do you believe that?" Cherish asked. "Of course I do. I believe in God, and even more so that I've been living in the community." "Don't give me a lecture. Not now." Cherish kept quiet, and a few minutes later the bishop called out to Crystal. They both left the bedroom and walked back out to the living room. "He's taken her. I'll call the family. Do you have somewhere to stay tonight, Crystal?" "I'll stay here. I'll be fine. I was leaving soon anyway. I'll just stay and mind the house until some relatives of Gertie's arrive." "Denke, at least the house won't be empty." The bishop said a quick goodbye and then he left. "Come back to the house with me. You can stay there until you figure out what you want to do." Crystal shook her head. "I'll be fine here, thanks." Cherish looked around. She couldn't imagine staying in the quiet house where Gertie had just died. "Just stay with us for one night. You don't want to be on your own after the shock you've had." Crystal looked up at the ceiling. "No, I'll be okay." Cherish tried a few more times, but she still couldn't talk Crystal into coming home with her. Chapter 4. By the time Cherish got back to the house, it was late in the day and everyone was there. Earl came out of the house to greet her. "Cherish, I heard what happened. I'm so sorry." Cherish rushed into his arms and sobbed. She needed her big brother. Even though they were far apart in age, he'd always been there whenever she'd reached out with problems. I was with Crystal when she found her. I know. Someone called Wilma on the phone and told her everything. Everyone's been waiting for you so we could all eat together. Cherish stepped back and wiped her eyes. It's so good to see you. It's good to see you, too. You've grown up. Cherish smiled. It had to happen. Come in and see our babies. Cherish glanced at the horse. I have to unhitch the buggy first and... Matthew said he'd do that. He'll be out in a minute. Okay. Earl put his arm around her shoulders, and together they walked inside. Miriam is upstairs putting the babies to sleep. Cherish walked faster and then raced up the stairs ahead of Earl. She walked in to see the twins for the first time. The 3-year-old boys were sleeping in the same single bed. Oh, they're asleep already? Cherish crept in and had a closer look. Both boys had thick, dark hair and creamy skin. Earl whispered, That's Rory, near the window, and this one's Raymond. I don't know how you'd tell them apart. It's easy. Not so easy when I see them from a distance. Can I see the girls? Sure. Earl and Cherish headed to the bedroom that had been designated for the triplets. Ada and Wilma had managed to find 3 cribs for them. When they entered the room, Cherish saw Miriam. She had one baby in her arms, and the other 2 were fast asleep. Hi, Miriam, Cherish whispered. Hello, Cherish. I'm so sorry about Gertie. Cherish nodded. Thank you. Look at your beautiful babies. Miriam smiled. We've been very blessed. You have. Cherish looked at the sleeping babies and then stared at the one who was awake. Can I have a hold? Of course you can. This one is Tamika. She's always the last to go to sleep. Miriam handed Tamika over. Cherish looked down at the baby in her arms. She's so small. She's looking at me like she knows everything I'm saying. She's very alert. Nothing gets past her. Earl was still in the room, standing behind Cherish. This one over here is Tara, and that one is Tilly. All names starting with T, Cherish said with a smile. They're all names I liked over the years. I never thought I'd get to use all my favorite names. They're all so beautiful. You must sit there and stare at them all day. Miriam laughed. If only I had the time. 5 babies are an awful lot of work. I know. I remember how it was with Christina when she had the twins. Someone had to always be there to help her in the early days. You have triplets as well as twins. I have a lot of help. The other ladies in the community have been wonderful. Cherish looked down at Tamika. She'd been rocking the little girl from side to side, and now she was starting to close her eyes. Earl said, You've got the right touch. She's almost asleep. Now we'll be able to eat in peace. I'm starving. You 2 go. I'll put her to sleep, and I'll be down in a minute. Miriam took the baby from Cherish, and Cherish and Earl headed downstairs. When Cherish stepped into the kitchen, Wilma and Ada barraged her with questions, all of which Cherish answered, even though she didn't want to talk about anything. It had been awful, waiting in the house until the funeral director came and took Gertie away. Where will Crystal live now? Mom asked. Cherish was a little shocked that Mom hadn't already heard on the grapevine that Crystal was leaving. I don't know if she has plans. It's only just happened. Oh, you didn't leave her in the house by herself, did you? Ada asked. I asked her to come a bunch of times, but she said she preferred to stay there. By herself? Mom asked. Cherish nodded. No. Mom shook her head. I'll have Matthew fetch her. She can stay here until she finds somewhere else. I'm sorry, Mom. I wasn't thinking straight. I asked her, but I guess I didn't insist on her coming here. And neither was Crystal thinking with her right mind. She needs to be around people at this time, Ada said. I totally agree, Mom nodded. Chapter 5. Matthew did what he was told. He didn't mind going to fetch Crystal. He'd been fond of her for the longest time. She was just one of the women he'd been pining after. Unfortunately, none of the young women ever noticed him or took him seriously. He stopped the buggy outside of Gertie's house. He knew he couldn't take no for an answer about her coming back to the orchard. If he turned up alone, Ada and Wilma would blame him. He knocked on the door. Crystal opened it almost right away. "Hi, Matthew." She looked almost unrecognizable. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her face was all puffy and pale. "Hello. I'm sorry about Gertie. I know you were close with her." "Thanks. Do you want to come in?" "I'm here because Wilma has insisted you stay at her house. Ada's insisting I bring you back, too. No one wants you to be alone." "They sent you to fetch me." "Correct." A smile spread across her face, making her look more like her pretty self. "Come in and sit down." They moved into the living room. "You're always there, aren't you, Matthew?" "Always where?" She sat down on a chair while he stayed on his feet. "Always there when anyone needs any help with anything." Matthew shrugged his shoulders. "I'm just trying to help out where I can. Wilma is the one insisting you come back with me to stay at her place." "Insisting, you say?" "Yes." "That's kind of Wilma. I suppose she hasn't found out yet." "Found out what?" he asked. "I'm leaving. I'm moving on. Leaving the community altogether. Cherish knows." He tilted his head to one side. "Why would you do something like that?" "I'm surprised Cherish didn't tell everyone." "I'm writing a book about my stay in the community. I've actually already written it. It'll be published sometime soon. I'm not sure when." Matthew sat down on the couch. "You don't have to leave, do you?" Crystal remained sitting and nodded to where he sat. "That's where we found Gertie when we came home." Matthew jumped up and looked down at the couch. Then he moved across and sat on the chair next to Crystal. "What's to stop you from staying?" "The bishop. He wasn't happy with me writing a book. I tried to explain what kind of a book it was. It doesn't say anything mean about anyone, but I could tell by the way the bishop spoke to me that he was very upset. I think he thought I was the worst person in the world." "No, he wouldn't think that. Anyway, why don't you at least come back with me for a meal, and then think about whether you'll want to stay there at least for tonight?" "I am hungry, and I don't feel like cooking now." "Thanks, Matthew. I'll grab some things and just stay there for the night. I was kind of dreading being here alone." "Good. I'll wait right here while you pack a bag." In the buggy on the way back to the orchard, Crystal asked, "So, what have you been doing lately, Matthew?" "Just keeping busy, doing my job." Crystal looked out the window. It was getting dark now, and soon she had to face everyone at Wilma's house. "I don't know if I feel like talking. I hope people don't ask me too many questions." "No, I'm sure everyone will be more thoughtful than that." "I hope so. I don't want to be around people, and yet I don't want to be alone." Crystal started sobbing. Tears were falling from her eyes, and she couldn't stop them. Matthew looked over at her, and then he pulled the horse and buggy off the road and brought the horse to a halt. "I'm so sorry, Crystal." "She was like a grandmother to me. At least I didn't get to tell her I was leaving. That would have really upset her." She looked across at Matthew. "Do you think someone told her before I got there?" "No, not at all. She was an old lady. That's why she died. She wouldn't have known, would she? I mean, who knew besides you?" "No one, I guess. Only the bishop." "Thanks, Matthew, for keeping me calm." Crystal picked up the end of her apron and wiped her eyes. "You can go now. You didn't need to stop." Matthew moved the horse and buggy back onto the road. "I'm not used to people crying. Now I wish I'd never told the bishop I was leaving." Matthew asked, "Were you leaving because he didn't want you to write the book, or something?" "No, I thought it was time to leave. I only planned to stay to get writing material for the book." "Do you think less of me now?" "No, I'm just shocked that you'd be thinking of leaving. Everything was going so well for you. That's what it looked like to me." Crystal didn't want to tell him the real reason. It would be too embarrassing to tell him she was having trouble finding someone who wanted to marry her. It wasn't about the book. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving. For the most part, everyone accepted me, but I wonder if deep down they really did. I think I got a surface acceptance. Matthew glanced over at her. I'm very sad you feel that way. Are you? Do you really care? Crystal asked him. Of course I do. Crystal buried her face in her hands. I'm sorry. Don't worry about me. I've just had the worst day of my life. I shouldn't take it out on you. Everyone cares about you, Crystal. You should know that. I had the biggest crush on you a few years ago. You're a big reason why I stayed here instead of going back home. Really? That made Crystal feel a little better. Someone liked her, a male. He laughed. It's true. I had no idea. Well, maybe a little bit, but that's so sweet that you told me. I wasn't the only one. You mean someone else liked me? Crystal asked. Yeah, every man I know just about. How come I didn't know about this? Because everyone thought you were too good for them. I mean, look at you. You're not half bad to look at. Crystal was shocked. They thought I was too good? I thought none of the young men liked me at all. I kind of thought it was because I wasn't born into the community and wasn't raised Amish. Well, some might think that, but not everyone. Not me. He glanced over at her, and at that moment she knew that he still liked her. This changed everything. Matthew was a decent man. He was only a little younger, and she'd always thought of him as way too young for her. Over the past few years, he'd matured. If someone saw the two of them together, they'd never guess that Matthew was younger. Thanks for being so kind. I'm just doing what I can to help. Here we are. She looked around. They were at the orchard already. Now she had to face everyone. I don't know if I can go in. What will everyone think of me? They'd know by now that I wrote a book. Cherish would have told them everything. I don't think she would have. She didn't say anything when I was there. Of course you can go in. No one's thinking about that. They're just sad for you because they know how upset you'd be about Gertie. Is that right? She stared into his eyes and found some comfort. That's right. We'll go into the house together if that makes you feel better. I'd like that. Crystal got out of the buggy and walked around to meet Matthew. He gave her a beaming smile, and together they walked into the house. Ada and Wilma met them at the door, and both ladies made her feel at home right away. Matthew had been right. No one cared about the book, at least not at the present time. Once she was settled, Matthew left her and went outside to tend his horse. There were so many people sitting at the long table. Earl and Miriam were there, and also Debbie's boyfriend, Peter. From the conversation, Crystal realized that Cherish hadn't told anyone that she was leaving. Also, no one had mentioned she was writing a book. If only she hadn't told the bishop. Now, since she'd done that, she really had to go. Chapter 6. When Cherish was alone in the kitchen, washing up, Crystal walked in and picked up a tea towel. Hey, you don't have to do that. Crystal moved her cap strings over her shoulders. It's okay, I like to keep busy. Thanks for keeping quiet about me leaving and about the book. It's your news to tell, not mine. It's nice of you. Cherish stopped washing up and looked at her. You don't have to go. I really do. How can I stay once the book comes out with the bishop not approving of it? He doesn't approve of the book, and he doesn't approve of me. Cancel the book. It's too late for that. I've signed a contract. I've committed to it. They're reading it now. Cherish kept trying to talk her into staying, but Crystal wasn't really listening. It went in one ear and out the other. Once Crystal had finished helping in the kitchen, she went back to the living room and noticed Matthew was heading out the front door. Are you going now, Matthew? He turned around and stared at her. I'm going soon. Crystal glanced over at everyone gathered around the fire, then looked back at Matthew. "Let's go outside for a moment." "Okay." He opened the door for Crystal and she walked out. She saw the 2 white porch chairs and sat down in one. Matthew sat in the other. "It's a nice night." "I guess so. I haven't really noticed." "I'm sorry. It was a stupid thing to say." He shook his head. "It's not a nice night." In the semi-darkness, she looked down at the boards that made up the porch. "You're right. It's one of the worst days of my life. Life can be so hard sometimes." She appreciated his sympathetic words, but she was sure he hadn't had one hard day in his whole life. "Did you know you wanted to work in an orchard when you were growing up?" "No. Did you know you were going to write a book about the Amish when you were growing up?" Crystal gave half a laugh. "No, I never even knew about Amish people back then. I just didn't want to work on the farm. The orchard's similar, but a lot better. I've grown to love it." "Good for you. I've never found anywhere I belong. I thought I'd found that here, but then the book got in the way. Now Gertie's gone. There's not much point in sticking around." "Forget the book. Just live here at the orchard. Debbie moved here. They took her in. I'm sure they'll do the same for you." Crystal shook her head. "No, Debbie's Levi's niece. That's why they've done that. I'm sure I've worn out my welcome to stay with Wilma and Levi for anything longer than just a few days. They're not the society for taking in lost souls." Matthew laughed at her comment. "I hardly think you're a lost soul. That's extreme. Maybe you could stay with Ada. She's got plenty of spare rooms." "No, I'll stay here for a day or two, and then I'll go back to my mother for a while. Actually, I'll stay until Gertie's funeral." "Maybe you'll change your mind after that." Crystal smiled at him. "We'll see." Chapter 7. 3 days later, they were at Gertie's funeral. After the burial, the crowd gathered at the bishop's house. All Gertie's family were there. Gertie's grandson, Noah, caught Crystal's eye. He was 30, single, and according to Ada, he was a little on the wild side. To Ada, that meant he didn't fit in. To Crystal, that meant he was intriguing. When Noah looked at her, she looked away. He came over. "You're Crystal?" She turned around. "Yes, I'm Noah." "Hello, Noah. You're Gertie's grandson." "Yeah, one of them." Crystal couldn't even recall Gertie talking about him. "I've been living with her for 3 years, and you never came to visit." "I didn't want a lecture, that's why." Crystal was intrigued. "About what?" Noah grinned. This and that." "Is it so bad that you can't say?" Noah chuckled and looked down. "Not that bad. Everything was bad, according to my grandmother. I should have visited her more often. I regret that now. Seems odd that I made the effort to come to her funeral. I should have made the effort to see her when she was alive. That would have made more sense." "Where are you from?" Crystal asked. "Up north. I hear you helped my grandmother a lot." It gave Crystal a sense of peace that everyone acknowledged how helpful she'd been to Gertie. "I did. I ran her store and I lived with her." "Where will you live now? My father said he'll probably sell the house." "I was moving away anyhow." "Where to?" Crystal just shrugged her shoulders. If he could be evasive, so could she. "Just going where the wind blows you?" Noah asked. "Possibly." "You've got no family?" he asked. "I only have a mother. I suppose you know I wasn't born into the community." "I heard that. Everyone seems to know." "So I don't really fit in. Just as well I decided to leave." "You don't have to rush off, do you?" She looked into his dark brown eyes. "I'm not going right this minute. I'm staying at the Baker Apple Orchard for a day or two." "Is that so? Maybe I'll visit you tomorrow or before I leave." He grinned as he adjusted his black hat. "If you want, there's not much else to do." Noah laughed. "What do you do around here for fun?" Not much. What do you do where you're from? We go sledding in the snow, or we swim in the waterhole. Crystal laughed. That sounds a bit tame. It's not. We swing off ropes into the water, and we do harness racing, and that can be quite dangerous. Anyway, I want to thank you for looking after my grandmother so well. It was nothing. She looked after me, too. She took me in when I had nowhere to go. I'll miss her dreadfully. We all will. Noah looked down at his feet. Then he looked back up at her. Can I get you a soda? Yes, please. She waited there while he went to get her a drink. Then Wilma walked up to her. Who's that? Wilma asked. It's Noah, Gertie's grandson. Wilma looked over at him. He's grown up. I would never have recognized him. Now, Crystal, are you sure you won't stay? I've had a talk with Levi, and he's quite happy if you live with us for as long as you want. Favor is gone, and there's plenty of room now. We can even give you some work on the orchard. Crystal shook her head. That's so generous of you. Thank you. But I feel it's time to move on. I heard about the book, Wilma blurted out. Oh, yes, I guess you're upset with me? No, I'm not. Crystal was amazed to hear it. That's a surprise. I'm sure everyone else is. We just don't want you to go. You'll be sadly missed. It seems everyone is moving away or moving on. Favor left and Gertie has gone now too. Now you're talking about going and it's a bit upsetting. Levi and I consider you part of our family. I know things haven't been smooth all the time between us, but that doesn't mean you're any less important. Crystal didn't know what to say. Tears stung behind her eyes. If they wanted her to stay, maybe she did have some people who resembled family. It touched her heart that they were willing to forget the past. Noah came back and handed a glass of soda to Crystal. He smiled at Wilma. Hello, Mrs. Bruner? Hello, Noah. Would you like a drink of something too, Mrs. Bruner? No, I'm fine, thank you. It's nice to see you again, Noah. And you. I'll leave you young people to it. Wilma walked away and said over her shoulder, Please consider what I said, Crystal. I definitely will. That was weird, Noah said. What's she leaving us to? Crystal laughed. That's just the way she talks. Crystal took a mouthful of her drink and swallowed. Thanks for this. You looked thirsty. I was. It's a bit overwhelming. I was about to tell Gertie I was leaving, and I found her there. Oh, you were the one who found her? I was. I had my friend Cherish with me. I needed someone with me while I broke the news. I don't blame you. Gertie's a bit scary. I mean, she was. No, I wasn't scared. I just didn't really want to tell her. I was just nervous. I thought she might break down or something. Then she'd talk me into staying. I should have stayed to look after her. I'm so selfish all the time. You are? Noah asked. Crystal nodded and then moved to set her drink down on a nearby table. Why was she saying this to someone she liked? Not really. I'm trying not to be. I want to be the best person I can be, but it's not always easy. Why were you leaving? Care to tell me? Noah asked. I don't think so. He laughed. Come on, it's easy talking to a stranger. He pulled out a chair and sat down. She looked around and sat down with him. I've never fitted in anywhere. I know what that's like. I'm pretty much the odd one out wherever I go. When I was growing up, I wasn't paid much attention, even though I was an only child. My mother cared more about the unfortunate people in the community. She was always doing good deeds, ignoring me and my father. I left the community when I was 16, went back when I was 18, and left again. Obviously, I'm back now. Everyone's always looking at me as though I'm about to leave. He chuckled. And are you? Maybe. Noah laughed again. Anyway, you were telling me about yourself. Stop me if I'm talking too much. Okay, now it's your turn to say something. I've done some things I'm not proud of. Apart from that, I've been writing about my experiences in the community, and I'm about to publish a book. His eyes opened wide. For real? Yes. Hey, you should have interviewed me for your book. I've got a ton of scandalous stories. Some of them you wouldn't believe. Crystal laughed. I'd like to hear about them sometime. Anyway, I've written a book and I deceived people, and that's why I have to leave. I thought you should know. Ah, so this book was written in secret? Noah asked. Crystal felt awful that she had to tell him it was. Yes. My grandmother didn't even know about it? No, we were close, but I kept that from her. She would probably be very disappointed in me, just like everyone else. I don't think so. The word on the street is that she thought very highly of you. When someone's on her good side, they can do no wrong. I hope so. I'd like to think that she thought that way. I wish I could have just one more minute with her. I'd thank her, and I'd tell her how much she meant to me. Crystal blinked back tears. Just 1 minute, that's all. Maybe she'll hear you from where she is with God. Do you think so? Crystal was enjoying his upbeat personality. He was so different from anyone she'd ever met. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm sure she'd want you to stay. I can't stay now. Didn't I tell you the bishop's upset with me? Crystal asked. Where I come from, the bishop's always upset. And everyone else will be too when they find out about it. It's none of their business. Crystal liked that he was taking her side. It is, kind of, if I've mentioned them in the book. I don't say anything bad about anyone, not one person. It's mostly just telling my experiences, telling about the lifestyle. I think people will be interested to know from an insider's point of view. Noah shrugged his shoulders. I don't see any harm in it at all. Crystal was delighted to hear that. I guess people want their lives to stay private. You could change their names, or do you have to use their real names? I've already changed their names, Crystal said. Maybe they'll make it into a movie. Crystal laughed. I've got to get it published first. It's mostly fiction that gets made into movies. This'll be nonfiction, except for the part about the name changing. So, what else can you tell me about yourself, Crystal? At that moment, Crystal realized that he was interested in her. This was the first time she'd felt genuine interest from an Amish man that wasn't Matthew. There's not much to tell. I bet there's a lot more you can tell me. There was, but it was mostly all things she was ashamed of. You tell me something about yourself first. I already did. What did you do when you left the community? Crystal asked. Noah adjusted his hat. Fell in with the wrong crowd and ended up in jail. Crystal gasped. Really? She was delighted that he wasn't perfect. He was someone who also had a past. She might have a chance with someone like him. I was only in jail for a night, but that was enough to shock some sense into me. Crystal laughed. What was the worst thing you've ever done? I can't tell you that. I don't know you well enough. Although she said it in a joking manner, that was the truth. Where would she start anyway? The worst thing she'd done was come to the Baker apple orchard, pretending she was Caroline. She then prolonged her stay, lying about the family house burning down. She never would have done that now, but back then, she was desperate to have a loving home with a normal family. Her mother had never been a maternal kind of person. The only person who paid her any attention was her best friend, Caroline. Then Caroline died in a horrible accident. Now it occurred to Crystal that the two people in the world who believed in her most had both died. Tell me the second worst thing you've ever done then, Noah said. No, I prefer to concentrate on positive things. He laughed. You're right. I know one good thing you did, and that was look after my grandmother. I appreciate that. You're welcome. How come you hardly saw her? There must be more to it than what you told me. My father wasn't talking to her. Why? He was annoyed when he found out she was telling people she never had any children. He gulped a couple of swallows of soda and then put the glass down. I have no idea why she would do that. Do you think her memory was failing? Crystal asked. No, she was pretty sharp, wasn't she? That's what we heard from people in this community who knew her. Yes, she appeared to be okay, but I thought maybe her long-term memory was affected. She actually never talked about her family, and I never asked. Crystal felt bad about that now, realizing that she was mainly talking about herself when she'd been with Gertie. My father thought she was being mean. Who knows? Noah lifted his hands in the air. I don't know. Noah asked. She never mentioned my father or me? No. We talked about other things. She didn't ever ask me about my family, and I didn't ask her about hers. What about your family? Tell me about them. He leaned back in his chair. It's just my mother. I haven't seen her or talked to her for years. I did talk to her the other day, but apart from that, not for years. So the community is your family? I guess they've become my family. I had a good friend, Favor, but she's moved away. She'll be married soon. I haven't talked to her recently either. She abandoned you? He asked. I guess that's what it feels like. Yeah, I've had friends do that to me too when they get married. They want to spend all their time with their wives. It's so selfish. He offered a crooked smile. A giggle escaped Crystal's lips. Totally selfish. The more she talked to Noah, the more handsome he became. She'd stay in the community if she could marry a man like him. Come and meet my father, he suggested. Crystal had already heard Noah's mother had died. Okay, I'd like that. Noah took her to a man with a long gray beard. She'd seen him hours before at the graveyard. She'd expected he'd be a little younger. He was sitting down with his hands over his large belly. Pa, this is Crystal. The man's face lit up. Hello, Crystal. You're the young lady who took good care of my mother. Crystal smiled. She took care of me, too. I think that'd be fair to say. She gave me a place to live and a job. He stood up. I'm Amos. Crystal stared up at him. He was well over 6 feet and nearly as wide. Noah looked nothing like him. Hi, Amos. Noah chuckled. I'm hopeless at introductions. I didn't even tell you his name. It's fine. You did a good job, Crystal told him. I understand you were living in the house, Amos asked. I was. I'm staying with the Bakers for the moment. The Bruners. Amos rubbed the side of his face. Could you move back to the house until we decide what we'll do with it? You'd be helping us out. Really? Was this an answer to prayer? A sign that she should stay in the community? Yes, I'll be staying in the house for another week, but you can move back after that. And if you wouldn't mind staying on at the quilt store until we can find a buyer, that would help us out too. Sure, I'd love to. You'd be paid, of course, whatever you're getting now. We'll close it for another week, and then you can reopen it. If that's what you want, Crystal replied. I'm willing to fit in with whatever you want. I can help you with anything you need. That should do it for now, Amos said. Noah can take care of all the details. He'll be staying on a little longer and figuring out some things. He'll go through the books at the store. He's great with numbers. Crystal stared at Noah. Oh, where will you be staying? With some friends, Peter and Franny Yoder. Okay, that's not far from Gertie's. Someone came up to talk with Noah and Amos, so Crystal moved away. Chapter 8. The next day. Cherish went into the barn to find out if Crystal had any clothes that needed washing. She was going to wash some of her clothes, and there was room left in the gas-powered machine. She was a little shocked to see Crystal talking on a cell phone. When Crystal looked up and saw her, she quickly ended the call. I wasn't calling in the house. That's okay, isn't it? Cherish nodded. It's fine. It was fine since she was leaving, but you needed to give the bishop a good reason if you wanted a cell phone. such as you needed it for work only, or you were a midwife and you needed it for emergency calls. I've got so much to say. Firstly, Amos, Gertie's son, wants me to go back to the store and still live in the house until they figure out what to do. Not now, but soon. Perfect. Who is that on the phone? Cherish asked. It was my agent. The book agent? Yes, it's not good news. Crystal lowered her head. They said my writing was dull and uninspired. It needs a complete rewrite. I'm so embarrassed. I asked them to let me out of the contract, and they're refusing. They suggested I collaborate with one of their established authors. You don't want to do that? Cherish asked. No, then it wouldn't be mine anymore. It wouldn't be my story. I wrote what I wanted to say. I know it's good. I don't know why they're saying it isn't. Cherish felt so sorry for her. That's dreadful. They paid me in advance, so I can't walk away. But collaborating wasn't in the contract, so I'm refusing to do it. The contract works both ways, I'm guessing. Unless there was some fine print that I didn't notice. Can you give them the money back? Crystal gasped. Give them back the money? Yes. I don't know. It never occurred to me. Crystal bit her lip. I could ask them about it. Do it, Cherish urged. Things are falling into place if Gertie's son is letting you stay on at the quilt store. That's what I thought. It's only temporary, but I do feel it gives me hope. I'll call the agent back tomorrow, when I carefully think through what I'm going to say. How are things going with you and Noah? He looked pretty friendly yesterday. Crystal looked up at her in shock. What do you mean? He seems to like you. Do you think so? Like, as in like, or like as in he's just being nice? Crystal asked. I think he genuinely likes you. He could be another good reason to stay. Crystal smiled. We're not supposed to stay for love. You wouldn't be. You'll be staying because you love it here. This is where God wants you. He brought you Noah so you wouldn't leave the community. Do you think so? Of course, it's obvious. I could tell how much Noah likes you because he kept looking at you. How was he looking at me? Like he adores you? Crystal looked down. Yeah, but once he finds out all the terrible things I've done, he won't like me. That's all in the past. You wouldn't do those things now. You've changed. Even I can see that. No, I wouldn't. But people think that if you've done something once, you'll do it again. I don't want him to think that I'm that kind of person. Cherish believed the Crystal had changed. Well, she thought she'd changed before Crystal told her she was still writing that silly book. That had been a real shock. If he's the man God has for you, he won't care. He won't hold it against you. You're right. I do like him. I don't know much about him, but I want to know more. I'll see if I can get out of this book thing, the thing I've spent the last 5 years of my life on. If that's what you choose. Oh, Cherish, you're not saying he likes me just to stop me from moving forward with the book, are you? No, I'd never do that. Well, give me a minute and I'll make a call and see what I can do. They don't like it anyway, and I don't want to spend the next 5 years rewriting it. Aren't you going to think about it and call them tomorrow? Crystal bit her lip. No, they've upset me. I don't want to do it anymore. Everyone here has been so nice. I do feel I belong here. I'll say a quick prayer, and I'm sure God will turn things around for me and they'll let me out of the deal. I'll wait outside and pray too. Thanks, Cherish. Cherish left her alone to make her call. Then she paced up and down outside the barn, praying for Crystal. That phone call was going to decide the direction of Crystal's life. A minute later, Crystal burst through the barn doors. She didn't look happy. Cherish rushed to her. What happened? They said they'll get their head person to look at it, and then they'll decide if they'll let me out of the contract. Then she said if they let me out, I'll have to pay back the money. That's great news. Crystal didn't look so convinced. I'll have to wait and see what they'll say. When will you know? I'm not sure. I think I'll go lie down for a bit, if that's okay. I think best when I'm half asleep, and I've got a lot of thinking to do. Sure. I think, at the moment, I would like to stay. I just hope the bishop will look kindly on my repentant heart. I'm sure he will. It's not like you killed anyone. Crystal looked thoughtful. Well, you didn't, did you? Crystal grinned. Of course I didn't. Chapter 9. As Cherish sat chopping the vegetables for the stew, Matthew came in and sat down in front of her, landing heavily on the chair. So, how do you feel about Favor getting married? Good, if that's what she wants to do. Are you sure you're fine with it? The rumors are that you and Simon were friendly once. Cherish put the chopping knife down and stared at him. He was trying to stir her, and she wasn't in the mood to take the bait. Don't say that, please. Why not? It'll ruin it for them. I did like him a little, but then it turned out that Favor was better suited to him. Matthew chuckled. Yeah. Cherish started chopping again. What's funny? Nothing. Cherish rolled her eyes. If you've got something to say, then say it. Matthew leaned back in the chair and crossed one leg over the other. Seems to me you have a need. I have a need? Cherish knew what he was about to say. She should marry him because his 2 older brothers had married 2 of her older sisters. It's not going to happen, Matthew, so just forget it. I like it that you think you know what I'm going to say. I do. You've always wanted to marry one of my sisters, or... Matthew coughed and made a gagging sound. You think I want to marry you? She stared at him. She couldn't say she did because that would sound like she was vain or something. Well, no! He pushed out his lips and shook his head. Well, what's my need, according to you? Cherish asked. You need a friend because Favor's gone. I do need a friend sometimes, but I'm blessed because I have Debbie as a stand-in sister. She's busy all the time. I hardly ever see her when I'm here. She's either off selling her tea or she's out with Peter. So, are you going to be my new best friend? Cherish couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, Cherish. You're always so prickly. You'll never get a man if you don't lose your spikes. Just calm down. Matthew leapt to his feet and walked away. Cherish laughed harder. He was going to suggest that he be her friend, or something more than a friend. What he needed to do was grow up. He was always acting so needy, and that was off-putting to any woman. Ada walked into the room. Where's he going so fast? Away from me, I think. Ada sat down with her. What did you do to him this time, Cherish? I upset him about something. It's not hard to do lately. Were you teasing him again? Oh, Ada, would I do something like that? Ada picked up a piece of carrot and popped it into her mouth. You should go easy on him. You know he's got the biggest crush on you. Cherish couldn't keep the smile from her face. That was the first time she'd heard Ada use the word crush. He's got a crush on everyone. You and I will have to do something about that. Who can we match him with? Cherish shook her head. Hey, I've got enough problems to deal with. What about your friend, Vanilla? She's not married yet, is she? She wouldn't be interested. I haven't heard from her for ages. I wrote 2 times recently, and she hasn't written back. I'm not sure what her problem is. Ada's lips turned down at the corners. Friendships are difficult sometimes. You really have to make an effort. It's not like having sisters. You can't get away from sisters. They're always with you. Maybe Vanilla needs to learn that lesson. Sisters aren't always with you. Favor moved, and so did Honor and Mercy. Yeah, but they'll always be your sisters. When you see them again, it'll be like no time ever passed. Cherish sighed. I guess so. I don't know when that'll be, though. Now, back to Matthew's future wife. Who is there for him? Cherish couldn't think of anyone. Don't you think he needs to grow up a bit first? No, I don't. He's 24. That's old enough. The right woman would cause him to grow up. I think you're still seeing him as younger than he is. Everyone grows and changes. Look at yourself. You're not the impulsive, headstrong girl you once were. Do you really think it's a good idea to match him with someone? I've been holding off for years. Now his mother is getting anxious. She wants more grandchildren. 4 aren't enough for her, and she's getting impatient. Just know it's not going to be me, if that's what you're hinting at. Ada stared at her and blinked her eyes a few times. You could do worse. Cherish couldn't stop laughing. He's not for me. He's a good friend, but that's all he'll ever be. He might grow on you. That's not good. Mold grows on things. Ada chuckled. Just help me, would you? Cherish didn't want to say no. How about I keep an eye out for someone who might suit? Thank you, and so will I. Between the two of us, we're sure to come up with someone. And what about yourself? Anything happening with you and Malachi? Cherish stared at Ada. How did she know she was fond of him? No. I'm sorry to hear that. He'd be as close to perfect for you as anyone could be. Cherish's mouth fell open. She had no idea Ada felt that way. Don't you think so? Ada asked. I really don't know. Now that Ada thought he was good for her, Cherish wasn't so sure. She'd always imagined that Ada and Mom wouldn't approve of the man she chose. Well, don't leave things too long or he might find someone else. I'm not even sure if I want to marry anytime soon. I don't feel I'm old enough. I still feel like a kid. I blame your mother for that. She babied you for way too long. Cherish knew Ada didn't mean any harm with anything she said, but Cherish was tired of being called spoiled or the baby just because she was the youngest. If anything, she had less attention than the others. It's just how I feel. You might not have met the right man yet. Or maybe you have met him and don't want to admit it. It's okay to let someone get close to you. The last thing Cherish needed was to get a lecture from Ada. Do you want a cup of hot tea? Always. Cherish stood up and filled up the tea kettle. Where's Mom? She's over with Christina visiting. Joy's there too with Faith and baby Audrey. Why didn't you go? I was going to, but by the time I got ready and did all my chores, I thought I might as well just come here and wait for her. I've also got a bit of a headache, and children are so noisy. Audrey's going through the squealing stage. Cherish laughed. I know you would think that's funny, but I'm not as young as I used to be. So you took an extra long time with your chores today and used that as an excuse to come straight here? Cherish teased her. Ada covered her mouth and laughed. You're a funny girl, Cherish. Not a girl, a woman. That you are. You've grown into a lovely young woman. Your mother spent many years worried about you and how you'd turn out. She thought you'd run away and get into some bad things. So did Florence, but you're perfectly fine. I knew you would be. Cherish stopped herself from rolling her eyes. Ada told her about her past nearly every second day. Thanks, Ada. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Ada wagged a finger at her. Don't get used to it. I definitely won't. Cherish made a cup of hot tea for Ada and sat down with a cup of Debbie's latest concoction for herself, vanilla and lavender tea. All I want to do is move to the farm. No, Cherish, you can't go now. You'd break your mother's heart. Levi's not well, and then she's losing favor. She's not losing favor, she's gaining a son, Cherish said. Ada pushed out her lips. She clearly didn't think that was correct. Between you, me, and your 2 birds over there, I don't think Wilma would have picked Simon for favor, or for you. It's no secret that she doesn't exactly get along with Harriet and Melvin. I can't work out why, because I simply adore them. I know that. Harriet and Melvin don't stop talking about the time they visited my farm and the roof fell in on them. Anyone would think we deliberately did something to the roof and prayed for the storm to come. Ada chuckled. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. I know it's not funny, but I can't help it when I picture the roof coming down. I'm glad they weren't hurt. Imagine lying in bed trying to sleep and the roof falls on you. It was such a shock. They left the next day. Then Malachi fixed the roof as good as new. He's quite handy. He's the perfect farm manager for you. That's why you don't have to hurry off to your farm. Let him look after it. Cherish stared into her tea. It was her life, but she felt like she was living it for the convenience of everyone else. Now, she knew how Florence must have felt when she ran away to marry Carter. Florence would tell her to live her own life. Wouldn't you agree? Ada asked. Cherish looked up. What? I said you don't have to hurry to your farm. Well, I'm not there now. If I was hurrying, I would have gone there years ago. Exactly. Ada smiled as though they were agreeing, but Ada had no idea how Cherish felt. No one ever saw anything from her side. Nice having our little talk. Cherish stood up to go, but sat back down again when Ada opened her mouth to speak. I have something that might put a smile on your face. What's that? Cherish needed something to be happy about. Annie Wiley is getting married. She is? Yeah. That means I can take you to the farm earlier than we planned so the two of us can go to Annie's wedding. She's getting married about a week before Favor. Then Wilma and the others will come a few days before Favor. Cherish flew off her chair and hugged Ada, causing Ada to chuckle. I thought you'd be happy about that, Ada said. Have you cleared it with Mom? Oh, yes. She said it's fine. Cherish was delighted with the news. That meant that Malachi was right all those times when he told her that he and Annie were just friends. I'll have to call Malachi. I wonder why he didn't tell me. I'm not surprised, though. He really writes a lot of nonsense in his letters. He gives me no real news. He calls you often enough. I would have thought he would have mentioned it, since he's close with Annie. He doesn't call that much. Once Ada finished her cup of tea, Cherish raced to the barn to call Malachi. She pushed the double barn doors open and made her way to the phone in the back. As usual, it was covered in dust. Hardly anyone used the phone. She brushed the dirt away with her fingertips before she dialed the number she knew by heart. Malachi answered almost immediately. Hello? Malachi, it's me. Why didn't you tell me about Annie getting married? Who's this? Cherish huffed. It's me, Cherish. He chuckled. I know it's you. Well? I didn't tell you she was getting married because you never asked me. Cherish stamped her foot on the barn floor. Are you kidding me? Nope. Well, we're now coming there earlier than planned so we can go to her wedding, if that's okay with you. Is it? She wanted him to be pleased that she was coming sooner, wanted him to celebrate the moment with her. It's your farm, do as you want. He didn't sound pleased or excited, and that bothered Cherish. I'm only asking to be polite. You're the one living there. Sure you can stay. I'll look forward to it. I always look forward to your visits. He said he was pleased, but he didn't sound like it. She couldn't question him about the tone of his voice because she'd sound like she was crazy. Thanks. Who's Annie marrying? Gus Waltham. That doesn't tell me much. Who is he? Cherish asked. He's from our community. He's a little older, but neither of them cares about that. Cherish couldn't recall anyone with that name. He must have been new to the area. How much older is he? Dunno, I never asked. I should know better than to ask you for details, Malachi. You never tell me anything. I'm sorry. Next time I see either of them, I'll ask a whole bunch of questions so I can give you more information. Thank you. That would be great. At least then we'd have something to talk about, Cherish said. My family will ask me, and I'll have to tell them I don't know. He laughed. You know I'm not like that. I just take people for how I see them. That's exciting that Annie's getting married. Yeah, she's pretty happy. Only thing is, I haven't seen much of her since she's been dating. She hardly ever visits anymore. Cherish smiled. If Annie had lied to Malachi, she'd probably given up waiting for him to do anything about it. Carmel came up to Cherish, wagging his tail, and sat down beside her. She leaned down and patted his head. I wonder if I can bring Carmel with me this time. Depends if you've tried him out with any geese yet. I'll do it before I get there. Make sure he's okay. Just one bite from a dog, and it'd be all over for Wally. I've been meaning to take him to the park and introduce him to a goose. Yeah, you've been meaning to do that ever since I got Wally. Everyone was always telling her off. She didn't need to hear it from Malachi, too. I've been busy. My life is not one of strolling along past the apple trees, plucking off an apple when I feel like it. I have a lot of hard work to do. I've got orchard work and community work, not to mention all the chores around the house, which have doubled since Favor just up and left. I have a lot of work too, but I seem to get everything done. Cherish didn't want to sound like a complainer. I'll take Carmel tomorrow. Good. Let me know how it goes. You know I can't have him here if he's gonna chase Wally. I know that. I won't let that happen. I don't know if Ada will be okay with him in the car either. When are you coming? The wedding's in just 2 weeks. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Ada. I guess we'll be there a day or two before Annie's wedding. Ada will need a full day to recover from the long drive. That'll be good. She smiled at the way he was sounding more enthusiastic. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Cherish. Make sure you take Carmel to that park and introduce him to some geese. I will. Bye, Malachi. Bye. He ended the call before she did. Cherish heard the clunk of the receiver hitting the top of the phone. She replaced her receiver. Who are you calling? Cherish turned around to see the silhouette of her mother standing in the light of the open barn doors. I was just talking with Malachi. Ada just told me Annie Wiley's getting married, and Ada's taking me to the farm earlier. Hey, I wonder how she found out about Annie before me. From Harriet, I suspect. Oh, yes, Harriet. Cherish walked toward her mother. I'm happy for you that you'll be leaving here even sooner. Cherish detected something in her mother's voice. That's all right, isn't it? Yeah, I already said it was okay. We'll have to work out what's going to happen with Favor's wedding regarding who's going and such. Our plan is for Ada to take you ahead of time so you can both go to Annie's wedding. The rest of us will come in time for Favor's. Cherish heaved a sigh of relief. Is everything okay, Mom? All of a sudden, Mom wrapped her arms around Cherish. Cherish was shocked, her mother being one who rarely showed affection. Something was going on. Are you sure you're okay, Mom? Why wouldn't I be? Just because everyone's deserting me. I'll stay home with you, then, if it's going to make you that upset. I don't need to go to Annie's wedding. I'll just go with you to Favor's. Cherish looked down at Carmel, who was now sitting at her feet. She really wanted to go to the farm as soon as possible, but she felt bad for her mother. I don't mean that, Mom sniffed. Favor's already gone. Once she's married, things will never be the same. She'll never be back here to live. You're all I've got left. That's not what Cherish wanted to hear, not when she was trying to move to the farm. Debbie's here and Levi. Also, Ada and Samuel are over here nearly every day. Hope, Bliss, and Joy are only minutes away. It's not the same. They're all busy with other things. You'll only know how my heart feels when you've had children of your own. Cherish bit her tongue. She was tempted to point out that if she had to stay at the orchard forever, she would never get married, and therefore never have any children. I'm still here. I know you'll have to leave one day. I just want to hang on to you for as long as possible. Wilma gave Cherish another squeeze. Just go early with Ada and we'll see you the day before Favor's wedding. Cherish had to laugh. Easy, I could barely breathe. Let's go inside and you can help Ada and me plan the trip. Chapter 10. Weeks later. Cherish sat in the car with Ada as they were driven in the hired vehicle. Carmel wasn't able to come to the farm with them because he hadn't been at all nice to the geese at the park. All he wanted to do was chase them. Cherish wasn't sure what he would have done when he caught up with one of them. Just as well she'd kept him on a tight leash. Cherish looked over at Ada, who was nodding off to sleep. If Ada slept, she'd have no one to talk with. The driver had earphones in, listening to music. "It's so lovely of you to come with me, Ada." Ada jumped a little, then opened her eyes. "Are we there already?" "No." Ada looked over at Cherish. "Did you say something?" "Yes, I said thanks for coming with me." "Well, I had to. Who else was going to play chaperone and keep you behaving?" "You didn't have to," Cherish said. "Didn't I?" Ada's eyebrows rose. "Well, how about we turn around then? I didn't know I didn't have to." Cherish laughed. "I am grateful. You've come with me so many times now." Ada patted Cherish's hand. "You don't need to keep thanking me. I know how much it means to you." "Still, it's not like you're my mother or anything. You don't have to do stuff for me." Ada chuckled. "All Wilma's children are like my own. It also gives me something to do. I like going to different places." Ada eventually fell asleep about 1 minute before they arrived at the farm. When the car stopped, she opened her eyes. "We're here," Cherish said. "Finally." The afternoon sun warmed Cherish's skin as soon as she got out of the car. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air was so different at the farm. "Where's Malachi?" Ada asked. "He'll be around somewhere." The driver got their bags out of the trunk. "Leave them there," Ada told him. "Thank you for the safe journey." He nodded. "You're welcome." He'd already been paid, so he got into the car and zoomed away. Cherish followed Ada toward the house, feeling more than a little anxious to see Malachi. Birds chirped loudly in the trees, and butterflies danced around the daisies that lined the walkway to the front porch. Malachi had been busy planting flowers since the last time she was there. "Good day, ladies." Cherish looked up to see Malachi walking toward them, with Wally waddling close behind. As was always the way, Malachi had dirt all over his clothes, and his face was also smeared with dirt. "Hello, Malachi. Wally," Ada said, as she patted Wally on his head before stepping onto the porch. He looked at Cherish, and she said, "Good afternoon, Malachi. How has your day been?" It came out far too formal, but it was too late to take back her words. "It was good." He smiled and came closer to her. "Better now that you've arrived." Cherish felt her heart beat fast. Was he flirting with her? "Thank you," Ada said. "And we're better now that we're here. Could you please grab the bags and meet us inside, Malachi?" "Sure thing." He brushed past Cherish, touching her shoulder ever so slightly. It sent tingles throughout her body. Cherish then noticed Ada smirking, so she tried to avoid making eye contact with her. She continued walking past Ada and opened the front door. She untied her black traveling bonnet as she walked into the kitchen. Placing her bonnet on the table, she noticed Malachi had laid out fresh ham and cheese sandwiches for their arrival. Ada followed her into the kitchen and put the kettle on to boil. "I heard what he said, you know." Ada opened the pantry and reached for the cups. "I don't know what you're talking about," Cherish said, sure that she was blushing. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Better now that you've arrived," she said, mimicking him. "Oh, Ada, we're friends. Don't go getting ideas just because you want to marry me off." "Oh, Cherish, you're so naive. And you're not getting any younger either. Malachi is a fine man, and your poor mom's waited long enough for you to wed." "Last thing I heard, she wanted me to stay. Has she said something different to you? If she's that hungry to get rid of me, I'll pack up and move here as soon as I can." "She probably wants you to stay, you're right. If I were Wilma, I'd want you to marry as soon as you can, so you'd give me grandchildren." A giggle escaped Ada's lips. Cherish rolled her eyes and walked to the cupboard to grab some plates for the sandwiches. "Can we talk about this at a different time, please?" She didn't want Malachi to walk in and hear them talking about him. No, and I saw that eye roll. Time is ticking. Tick-tock. Time is ticking for what? Malachi asked as he walked into the kitchen. Cherish froze, not knowing what to say. She looked at Ada, who didn't seem to care that she'd been overheard. Time is ticking to eat these delicious sandwiches you've made for us, Malachi. Ada laughed awkwardly as she sat down at the table. We don't want them getting cold. All right then. He sat down with them. The kettle started to whistle, and Cherish was relieved for the distraction. I'll get that. No, I insist I'll take care of the tea. Malachi got up and walked over. Fine man you are, Malachi, Ada said as she patted him on the back. That's what Cherish and I were just talking about. Fine man indeed. Ada sat down next to Cherish. Malachi poured them some tea and sat down across from Cherish. Cherish handed him a plate. They caught each other's gaze for a moment and smiled at each other before grabbing some sandwiches to put on their plates. Before the meal was even finished, Ada stood up. I am tired. I'll have a lie down for a while. I've got a meal ready for later. I just have to heat it. Thanks, Malachi, Ada said. Cherish rolled her eyes at Ada once more. She knew exactly what Ada was trying to do. You've hardly eaten anything yet, Ada. I shall take it with me. Don't be a pest, Cherish. Thank you kindly, Malachi. Ada picked up her tea in her plate with the half a sandwich and started walking. She then stopped and turned to Cherish. And I saw that eye roll again, Cherish. Ada turned her head back and kept walking. Malachi and Cherish looked at each other and laughed. So, he looked at her again and folded his arms in front of him. You two were talking about me? Cherish got nervous for a moment and didn't know what to say. Oh, you know what Ada's like, always giving someone a hard time about something. Is that right? He asked, smiling at her. Cherish felt her face go bright red. She wanted to talk to Malachi about their kiss, but he hadn't said anything since, and she didn't want to embarrass herself. Surely by now, if he was interested, he would have said something. He licked his lips. I've got a few things to tell you. Maybe he was going to talk to her about it now. I'm listening. There's another section of fence that's come down. I've been working on it all day. I had to move the sheep to the other paddock for now. He took another bite of his sandwich. Okay. She tried not to sound too disappointed. Is that all you wanted to say? He shook his head and then swallowed his mouthful. There's more. It's been a rough few days. A strong wind knocked over a tree, smashing it onto one of the woodsheds. I've been working on removing it. The tree, that is. The sheds will be okay once the tree's gone. Oh, I hope all the animals were all right, Cherish said, concerned. They were fine. Cherish was starting to get annoyed. Why had he kissed her in the first place if he wasn't going to do anything else about it? She did her best to put the whole kissing incident out of her mind, because he'd certainly put it out of his. At that moment, Cherish decided she wouldn't attend Annie's wedding unless Malachi confessed that he was interested in her. It would be awful to go to the wedding only to be surrounded by happiness when her own life was muddled. She'd tell Ada and Malachi tomorrow that she wasn't going. Chapter 11. On the third day at the farm, Malachi still hadn't mentioned anything about their shared moment from 3 years ago. Now she had escalated from annoyed to agitated. Why do you sometimes speak properly and sometimes you don't? I don't know. I can do what I want and speak how I want. The problem is, you think you're better than me. No, I don't. You always have, Malachi said. That's ridiculous. Now I'm ridiculous, and you're still better than I am. No, I didn't mean that, she huffed. Didn't you? He lowered his head and looked up at her from under his dark lashes. We used to get on so well. What happened? He made a noise from the back of his throat. I think Simon happened. Simon? Why do you seem so surprised? Malachi asked. You mean the Simon who's marrying my sister? He wasn't interested in her when he and his folks came here that time. He was still annoyed that she'd briefly liked Simon. Surely he couldn't think she liked him now, could he? Or were his feelings hurt? Don't be silly, Malachi. I was never going to marry Simon. You knew that back when he and his parents were here. I'm not so sure about that. We must remember things differently. Him being here showed me a different side of you. Cherish just needed some answers, and she needed them now. They kissed after Simon and his parents had left, and he wasn't cranky back then. Will you just be honest with me and tell me how you feel? His eyes widened. How I feel about what? She hadn't wanted to be so forthright. He should have been the one to raise the subject. About me. You're the best boss I ever had. Also the only one. Cherish was upset that he was making a joke. This was serious. Now I feel like an idiot. I've been an idiot for 3 years. Cherish walked away, frustrated. Now she'd have to forget him. She'd wasted 3 years of her life thinking fondly about him. If he wasn't man enough to say how he felt, he wasn't man enough to deserve her affections. Cherish sat on top of the hill. It was her favorite place on the farm. It would have been a great place to build a house, but Aunt Dagmar had said it wouldn't be sheltered from the storms. Now, with everything going on in her life, Cherish felt like her life was in the midst of a life storm, otherwise known as a crisis. Cherish? She turned around to see Malachi walking toward her with Wally, his constant companion, not far behind. What's wrong? He asked. She didn't feel like talking. She'd already said too much. If he didn't know what was wrong then, he didn't know her at all. Nothing. He sat down next to her. It's beautiful, isn't it? It is. I'm gonna hate to leave this place, Malachi said. You'll probably be here forever, and I'll be at the orchard forever. You might as well make this your permanent home. You've never said that before. You always said you were moving here. Why are you giving up? She stared at him. Hadn't he been listening at all? He looked away when she didn't answer. I suppose you're talking about Levi being sick. Yes, that's mostly it. Well, isn't Debbie there? Malachi asked. Yes, but she's off doing her teeth thing every day. What does she do with her kid? Jared stays with us, or sometimes she takes him with her. I can't rely on Debbie. She'll probably marry Peter and move out. That could happen at any time. Have you talked to your mother about this? Malachi asked. No, I don't want to make her feel bad. Cherish took a deep breath. She'd tell you to do what you have to do. This is your life. They've had their life. You're only just starting out. Cherish let out a sigh. That was her opinion exactly. And if she ever had children, she'd encourage them to each follow their own path. She wouldn't hold them back. Obviously, Mom didn't see it that way. Mom was always someone who needed a person to rely on. It was Cherish's father, then it was Florence. After that, Mom relied on Levi. Who would be the person her mother relied on when Levi died? Cherish knew it would be her, simply because she was the last one to leave home. Cherish stared straight ahead. I wish it was that simple, Malachi. It can be. You're just complicating it. Maybe you don't really want to move here at all. She jumped up and looked down at him. How could you say that? Moving here is all I've wanted for years. Calm down and let's talk it through. Come on, sit back down. Cherish knew she'd overreacted. Malachi never meant any harm. He was always on her side about things. She did as he said and sat down. Okay, let's talk, and I hope we can find some kind of solution. Malachi stretched his legs out in front of him and leaned back on his elbows. Just tell them you're moving. Give them a date that you're going so they can get organized. I mean, your mother has Ada and plenty of friends. I know, but it's not the same as having someone right there living at the house. I don't think my mother has ever been alone. Joy lives close by, and what about Hope and your stepsister, Bliss? Yes, I know. Cherish was impressed that he remembered their names. I think you're worrying about nothing. If something did happen to Levi, she's still got Debbie there, and her other daughters are close by. Old people are often left alone when one spouse dies. They've got to expect that. Malachi didn't realize Mom was not like a regular person. I guess I just feel responsible. He laughed. Cherish stared at him. What's so funny? You're so different from the carefree girl I met years ago. How so? You seemed a bit selfish and definitely spoiled. Now you're caring about your mother. Cherish smiled. I guess I've changed a little bit, but everyone cares about their mother. Especially Simon. Cherish dug Malachi in the ribs while stifling a laugh. If you move here, how about I try to stay close by? Malachi suggested. If you need to go back and visit your mother often, I'll be here to look after the place for you. Cherish was touched that he'd organize his life around her. You can't make a promise like that. Sure I can. I can do anything I want. I don't have anyone to answer to. It's not as though I'm married or anything. Cherish wondered if that was why he was so standoffish with her. He wanted to stay free. Marriage would give him someone he had to answer to. Thanks anyway, but you don't know where life will take you when you leave here. I'm pretty sure I'm steering the ship. God willing, of course. Malachi chuckled. Cherish looked back out over her property once more. She daydreamed about them living on the property as a young married couple and raising their children on the farm. Are you sure you don't want to come to Annie's wedding tomorrow? He asked. Cherish shook her head. No, you and Ada go. I don't like to leave the farm with no one on it. He laughed. Why? It's not going anywhere. I know, but the truth is, I'm really not in the mood for a wedding. Or to look at the sea of gingerbread houses that would be at the wedding. Ada saw them all yesterday at Annie's place, and she can't stop talking about them. Cherish bit her lip. That sounded like an awful thing to say, and she regretted it. You've never liked Annie much, have you? Malachi asked. Cherish laughed, but only because she was totally surprised at his question. Don't be silly. I like her. It's just that she gets along better with Ada, so I guess I let the two of them be friends. People can have more than one friend, you know. I know that. Ada's more friendly with Annie's mother, so it makes sense that she goes. Years ago, I thought you might like Annie as more than a friend. No, I've always told you we were just friends. Did it take her getting married for you to believe me? Malachi asked. Cherish nodded and smiled at him. I know that now, but people always say that they're friends when they want to keep their relationship secret for a while. It's something I'd probably do. I mean, you don't want everyone giving their opinion on the person you're dating until you know how you feel about them yourself. Sounds like you've put a lot of thought into it. Cherish shrugged her shoulders. Not especially. Malachi plucked a blade of grass and put the end of it in his mouth. You sound like some kind of an expert. No, I'm not. Malachi pushed his hat back slightly. How many boyfriends have you had? Cherish guessed he hadn't had any girlfriends. He'd never spoken about any, so he can't have been too involved with anyone. I've had about as many boyfriends as you've had girlfriends. Malachi laughed. Wow, you've had that many? You must be an expert by now. Why? How many have you had? You haven't told me about any. He gave a low chuckle. You seriously want to know? She nodded. Just tell me, I won't be shocked. He looked out over the paddocks and said in a soft voice, None. Oh, that's what I thought. She stared at him when he kept quiet. He wasn't even looking at her. She had to ask the next question on her lips. Why not? Because the woman I want is a bit tricky. He still wasn't looking at her. She narrowed her eyes. Was he talking about her? Could she be the woman he wanted? Tell me about her. Nah, there's too much to tell, and we're trying to sort out your problems at the minute, not mine. Cherish wasn't going to let it go, not if there was a chance he could be talking about her. My problems can wait. They're not going away anytime soon. Now, tell me about this woman. What's the best thing you like about her? A smile hinted around his lips. The way her cheeks flush red when she's embarrassed. The way she talks too much when she gets flustered. The way she blurts out things without thinking and then regrets it later. There are other things too, but they can't be said with words. They have to be felt. Cherish could feel her cheeks burning as hope overflowed within her body. And why isn't she your girlfriend? Cherish's heart pumped hard against her chest, hoping he'd admit she was the one. It's complicated. I'm not sure how she feels, and I don't want to ruin things between us. I have to wait and see how things go. But don't you have so much more to gain by saying something? She asked. He moved his mouth to one side. It's risky. Cherish pushed a little further. Is she worth the risk? He gulped. She sure is. With the worst timing in the world, Ada called out from the house. Malachi, Cherish, I've made soup. It's on the table. Hurry up or it will get cold. And take your shoes off, Malachi. I've just washed the floor. Malachi smiled at Cherish as he stood. She wasn't going to let him off the hook. To be continued, she said as she got to her feet. He didn't comment as he started walking toward the house. She caught up to him. It had taken ages to get him to the point of talking about dating and women. What if she wasn't the woman he liked? What if he was talking about some other woman? Thanks to Ada and her dreadful timing, she might never find out. Well, say something. They were nearly at the house, and Cherish couldn't take the silence any longer. He raised his eyebrows. Ada's been busy cleaning and making soup. Cherish gave up. If he didn't want to talk about them, then neither would she. I know. She said she's making up for visiting Annie yesterday. I'm a little shocked she was willing to go to Annie's by herself. She hardly ever takes a horse and buggy out alone these days. It's different here. There's hardly any traffic. I guess. What are you wearing to the wedding tomorrow? Cherish asked. I have a suit. You do? I've never seen you in one. There's a first time for everything. You'll see me tomorrow. Are you sure you won't come? No thanks. I'll stay here with Wally. I'm sure he'll keep me company. Cherish glanced behind her at Malachi's faithful goose. He will. I just wish I could take him with me. Cherish laughed. You can't do that. It'd be a weird sight. Ada opened the front door, and once they'd taken off their boots, Ada ushered them through to the kitchen. Smells delicious, as always, Malachi said as he sat down at the kitchen table. Ada smiled like she always did when someone complimented her cooking. It's just a simple meal of corn and chicken soup. Malachi looked over the various salads and other vegetables on the table. Looks like a feast to me. After they said their silent prayer of thanks for the food, Cherish ate her corn and chicken soup, thinking about the men who'd been interested in her over the years. Then she looked over at Malachi. Some of the other men had been better looking and had more going for them, but there was always something missing. That something had prevented her from getting too close to them. This is really good, Ada. Thanks, Malachi said. Cherish mindlessly agreed. Yes, it is. I offered to help at the wedding, but I was told I should rest. They don't know me if they think I'll just sit around at the wedding and not help in the kitchen. No, they don't know you very well, Ada, Cherish said. Well, they'll soon get to know me. Are you sure you won't come with us tomorrow, Cherish? Malachi asked. No, I'll stay here with Wally. I was seriously thinking of taking him, Malachi said. Ada turned to him, horrified. You can't take a goose to a wedding. One of the cooks will think he's the main course. He'll be in the oven faster than you can blink. Cherish's mouth opened in shock. Don't say that in front of him, Ada. Ada's eyebrows rose. Say it in front of Malachi or Wally? Both. Either. Malachi finally agreed. Okay, I'll leave him here for Cherish to look after. That'll be fine. We get along well. I mean, we would if you weren't here, Malachi. He might even follow me. Ada chuckled. I'm glad we've got that sorted out. I don't know what the pair of you would do without me around. Cherish looked over at Malachi, and they exchanged a smile. Ada happened to catch a glimpse of their shared moment. For years, Ada had thought Cherish and Malachi would make a good pair, so why were they taking so long about it? Ada knew that if she pushed Cherish a certain way, it wouldn't be appreciated. All Ada could do was watch and pray, wait and hope. One day, Cherish might see that Malachi was the perfect choice for her. As her farm manager, Malachi was in a difficult position if he showed his feelings and they weren't returned. Ada was certain Malachi was in love with Cherish. It was obvious the way his eyes softened when he looked at her. Chapter 12. While Malachi and Ada were at Annie Wiley's wedding, Cherish sat with Wally on the hill, eating a cheese sandwich. If Malachi liked her, he'd have to do something about it. She was through with giving him hints. She'd done that yesterday, and nothing had come of it. "You know him best, Wally. What advice can you give me?" Wally just made himself comfortable, tucking his legs under himself as he lowered his body to the ground. Every so often, Cherish would break off tiny pieces of bread and feed it to Wally. "I guess it'll be lonely if I ever do move here. I won't have you because you'll be wherever Malachi is. But I'll have Carmel and Timmy and Tommy. They're good company. I once thought that I'd move here with Bliss or Favor. Bliss is married now, and Favor will be married soon. I'm all on my own." "You don't have to be." It was Malachi's voice. He was back. Cherish jumped up in fright, dropping what was left of her sandwich. "Oh, Wally just ate the rest of my cheese sandwich." She turned to see Malachi was standing there in a suit, looking like the most handsome man on the planet. He completely took her breath away. She hadn't seen Ava or Malachi leave because she slept in and they'd left so early. When she realized her mouth was gaping open, she closed it, but she still couldn't take her eyes from him. "What are you doing? Why aren't you at the wedding?" "I had somewhere more important to be," Malachi said. "Where?" A smile tickled the corners of his lips. "Here with you." Heat rose in her cheeks. "But isn't Annie your best friend? She'll want you there." "She's a friend. I wouldn't say she's my best friend." "You seem upset about something, and I don't like to see you like this," Malachi said. "I feel bad that you missed the wedding, Malachi." "I didn't miss the whole thing. I do have to go back and get Ada. When I return, I'll grab something to eat there, and no one will ever know I left. Hey, you can come too if you want." "Won't all that going back and forth be too much for the horse?" Cherish asked. "I'll hitch the other horse. There's no problem I can't solve." He placed his hands on his hips. Cherish burst out laughing. Mostly, she was nervous about what he might say. This was the first time they were completely alone together on the farm. There was no Ada to interrupt them. "I still don't know why you came back." "I thought you might have changed your mind about going," Malachi said. "I was just sitting here, thinking." He moved closer. "About Annie's wedding?" "No, this and that. Life in general. I suppose I should have gone to the wedding. It's a little rude of me since I'm here, so close and everything." "You can still go. Let's do it." Cherish looked down at her clothes. "I'll need to change." "You look fine to me," Malachi said. "Give me 2 minutes. I'll change." "Okay. While you're doing that, I'll unhitch the horse and hitch the other one." Cherish bunched up the sides of her dress in her hands and ran to the house. Her mood was greatly improved seeing that Malachi made the effort to come back to see her. Could he have missed her? After she changed into her Sunday best, she headed outside. Maybe on the drive there he'd mentioned something about that kiss. Malachi was leaning against the buggy, waiting for her. He'd already closed Wally in the barn. He had to do that, or Wally would try to follow them. Cherish glanced down at her dress as she asked Malachi, "Hey, what do you think of this dress? It's new." "Looks lovely to me, but I can't say I know much about clothes." "Well, you look nice in your suit. You should wear it all the time." He laughed as he opened the buggy door for her. "Let's go. Right now we have the end of a wedding to attend." Cherish giggled as she climbed into the buggy. "I could do with a piece of cake or two." "You're always thinking about food." He jumped into the driver's seat. She slapped him playfully on his shoulder. "Am not." "You are." Malachi laughed as he moved the horse and buggy away from the farm. I just eat because I need to eat. Everyone does. Yeah, but you don't have to eat cookies and cake all the time. That's all you ever eat. That's because they taste good. I can't disagree with you there. I am getting a bit hungry. I hope there's some food left when we get there. Cherish looked over at him. I saw you eating just now. You were having a sandwich. That's right, but it wasn't that tasty. Thanks for coming to get me. You didn't need to do that. I thought about you being all by yourself. It was odd because you normally love being around people. You've been acting distracted. I've got a lot going on. Levi and your mother? Cherish nodded. Yes, and other things. Things that I don't want to talk about. An anxious feeling gnawed at Cherish's stomach. Did he like her or not? The last thing she wanted was to end up getting hurt. It's a wonder Favor and the Copples didn't go to Annie's wedding. It's not that far for them. Who knows their reasoning? Why, do you want to see Simon again? Cherish stared at him to see if he was joking. He wasn't. No, of course not. Well, you liked him once. That's why you brought him to the farm. Cherish twisted to face him better. Can you stop talking about me and Simon? It's really quite annoying. He's marrying Favor in a week. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I can stop talking altogether if it suits you. She could tell by Malachi's clenched jaw and the way his knuckles were gripping the buggy lines that he was annoyed. Cherish wanted a man who was easygoing and good-natured. At this time, Malachi was showing her that he was neither of those things if he'd suddenly gotten into a dark mood. Maybe her judgment was off, and it had been off for the past 3 years. Chapter 13. As soon as they arrived at the wedding, Cherish wished she'd been left at home with her thoughts. Thanks for bringing me here. You've already thanked me, Malachi muttered as he jumped out of the buggy. Before he could help her down, she got out too and walked into the crowd. With the mood he was in, she didn't even wait for him to tend to his horse. Looking around, she saw a couple of people she recognized. She didn't know that many people, since she hadn't been to many of the meetings for Malachi's community over the last few years. Then she spotted Ada with an armful of dirty plates. This was a rare time she was pleased to see her. Ada looked up and smiled as she walked over. You came? Yeah, Malachi came back and got me. I won't ask why or how that came about. Seems like a jolly waste of time, and the poor horse must be worn out. Malachi swapped horses when he got home. Collect all those dishes on the table and follow me inside. Ada nodded at a table. Cherish was a little shocked. She hadn't volunteered to be one of the helpers, but she was grateful to have something to do. The last thing she felt like doing was talking to a bunch of strangers, trying to think of something interesting to say. She joined Ada and a bunch of other women in the kitchen. A buzz of several conversations met Cherish's ears. The women seemed to be talking all at once as dirty and clean dishes were passing from hand to hand. Ada came up to her and took the plates from her and piled them on one side of the sink. Then Ada sidled up to her. You missed the whole thing, you know. Yeah, I thought I would. Go out and congratulate the happy couple. Then come back here and help. Sure. Cherish headed out of the kitchen to find the newlyweds, but something in the living room caught her eye. There was a table full of cakes and desserts, and then there was a second table with people gathered around it. She moved closer and saw the second table had 4 gingerbread houses on it. That didn't surprise Cherish at all. She knew she couldn't escape being at Annie's house without seeing or hearing about gingerbread houses. They drew her in. Annie's mother's cakes were always detailed and fabulous. The first cake Cherish saw looked like it had small children outside in the yard. They were made out of candy. Or were they made out of hard frosting? When a couple of people opposite her moved away to look at the next table of cakes, Cherish couldn't resist snapping off one of the babies. She popped it in her mouth before anyone saw. Then she had her answer. Hard frosting. She moved on to the next one and took a piece of candy from the side. That too went into her mouth. She also took pieces off the next two. By the time she got to the desserts, she didn't feel like any. Then she went outside to find the happy bride so she could offer Annie her best wishes. The first thing she spotted was Malachi talking to a young woman at one of the tables. They were both eating cake. The sight sent pangs of jealousy right through her. Who was that woman, and why was he talking to her and smiling? He hadn't been smiling during their buggy ride. Cherish decided to forget him and found Annie and her husband at the top table. They were both talking to people. Cherish came close and waited. When Annie saw her, she flew out of her chair and ran to her. "You came!" "Of course, I wouldn't miss it. Malachi thought you'd be feeling better. I told him to go fetch you." Cherish wasn't happy to hear that. "You told him to get me?" "Yes, and just as well because here you are, all better." "That's right. Congratulations on being married." "Thank you. You'll have to meet my husband." Annie giggled and covered her mouth. "Oh, I just can't get used to saying that. My husband," she said again, and another flurry of giggles followed. When Annie turned around, her husband was gone. "I don't know where he is. He was just there." "I'll meet him soon. How long have you known him?" 3 or 4 years. We only started dating 6 months ago, and we both knew." Cherish was looking at Malachi out of the corner of her eye. "Knew what?" "We knew we were meant to be together," Annie sighed. "Love is just wonderful. You just wait, Cherish. You'll find out." "I'll have to take your word for it." "What are you looking at, Cherish?" Annie followed her line of vision. Cherish bit her lip. She didn't know she was making it obvious. "I'm looking for all the cakes and gingerbread houses. I've been looking forward to seeing them. Malachi said your mother made some special ones." "Oh, Cherish, you won't believe how delightful they are. Come and see them." Annie looped her arm through Cherish's and led her into the house. On a table in the living room were the 4 gingerbread houses. Annie explained at length what each cake represented. One was a representation of Annie's childhood, and it even had a representation of Annie and the 2 cats she was raised with, made out of hard frosting. The next one was Annie over the last 10 years. The third was for Annie's wedding, and the fourth was for Annie's future and had many tiny candy babies. "Oh no!" Annie gasped. "What's the matter?" Annie pointed to the babies playing in the green yard. "A baby's missing." Cherish felt dreadful. She'd eaten Annie's baby. "You mean those little things are not for eating?" Annie sighed. "No, everyone would know that. Why would someone do that?" "I have no idea. That's awful." Cherish touched her lips, hoping she didn't have any remnants around her mouth. Annie leaned over one of the gingerbread houses. "Oh, and look! Something's broken off this one, too." "That's awful. Don't worry. It would have been someone who didn't know they couldn't eat them. Perhaps one of the children did it." "You're right. It must have been one of the children. I mean, they are for eating, but the ones for eating today are on another table. I don't know when we'll eat these." "Your mother has a talent for doing these." "She does. Most of all, she's been a great mom. Come and meet some people. You'll have to get to know everyone when you move here. Best you start to get to know them now." "Okay, great." As they moved towards some people, Cherish reflected on how awful she'd been to Annie over the years. Now, Cherish felt awful about ruining the gingerbread houses. What a truly awful person she was. No wonder Malachi was talking to another woman. Why couldn't she be more good-natured like Annie? Or even Bliss? Bliss would never have snapped off one of those babies. Forcing a smile, Cherish let Annie take her around and introduce her to everyone at the wedding. Chapter 14. Ada and Cherish stayed at the farm for a week before Wilma, Debbie, and Jared arrived. On the day of their arrival, Ada was unbelievably excited. She'd spent most of the day in the kitchen, cooking. Cherish tried to help her, but her talents in the kitchen weren't up to Ada's standards. The closer it got to evening, the more edgy Ada became. "Not like that, Cherish. Here, give it to me. Ada ripped the spatula from Cherish's hand and nudged her to the side with her hip. You must whisk gravy quickly, like this, or it all sticks to the saucepan. Okay, Ada, I'll set the table. You can do the gravy. I'm trying to teach you. If you don't look and listen, you'll never learn. Cherish turned away from Ada and rolled her eyes before she grabbed some plates from the cupboard. Mom, Debbie, and Jared were arriving any minute. Cherish walked to the table and set the plates down. She glanced out the back window and saw Malachi walking in from the barn. Wally followed close behind. Then Malachi played with Wally by running in circles and zigzagging. Wally spread his wings and stuck out his long neck, and then his wings flapped with excitement. Cherish laughed to herself. Ada suddenly spoke. I think I hear a car. Quickly, help me get the pork out of the oven. Ada tipped the gravy into a jug. Cherish walked toward Ada and put on her oven mitts. Cherish opened the oven door and took hold of the baking tray. Quickly, they'll be walking in any minute, Ada barked, causing Cherish to jump. The pork fell to one side of the tray. Scalding fat splashed on Cherish's wrist. Oh, ouch! Cherish yelled as she jumped back, watching in horror as the tray fell to the floor. Cherish then looked down and saw hot juices and vegetables strewn all over the floor. Are you okay? Malachi appeared in the kitchen and ran toward her. Oh my! Cherish, you're so clumsy. I spent hours chopping those vegetables. Everything is ruined. Ada quickly leaned down and started picking up the food. Luckily, the meat stayed in the tray. She grabbed a dish towel and picked up the tray of meat and set it on the stove. I'm fine. Thanks, Malachi. By now, Cherish was fed up. She had listened to Ada complaining all day about this and that and picking on every little thing she did. It was worse than being around Mom on a bad day. No, you're not okay, Cherish. Look at your arm. Malachi pointed at Cherish's arm. Cherish looked down. It is a bit sore, but it's okay. Some burns can hurt for days after. Malachi grabbed her hand and walked her over to the sink. Cherish watched as he ran her arm under the cold water. She felt his fingers lightly touching her skin to observe the damage. She looked at his face, still covered with the dirt from the day's work. He was genuinely concerned about her. This was the same warmth and tenderness she'd felt from him 3 years ago. He did care. Hello? We're here, Wilma announced as she walked through the front door. Debbie and Jared followed close behind. Malachi, will you be a dear and get our bags? Wilma called out. Of course, Wilma, he replied as he walked toward the front door. Malachi turned back to Cherish. Keep your arm under the cold water for a few more minutes. Oh, what's happened? Wilma blurted when she saw Cherish at the sink. Ada got in first. I'll tell you what happened. It all landed on the floor. All of the vegetables, everything but the meat. Oh, never mind about my arm, Cherish said. It's still there, isn't it? Ada snapped. It's good that I made macaroni and cheese as well, or we'd be eating only pork and bread tonight. I do look forward to eating my vegetables in the evening. Ada plopped the bowl heavily on the table. I'm sorry I burned myself and spilled the vegetables, but don't worry, I'm okay, Cherish said sarcastically. It was an accident, wasn't it? Wilma asked. Cherish turned off the tap. I surely didn't do it on purpose. Are you okay, Cherish? Debbie asked. She burned herself while spilling all our vegetables on the floor, Ada told her. Jared grabbed the forks and started banging them on the table. Don't do that, Jared. Debbie took the forks from him and picked him up and put him on a chair. Don't touch anything, she warned him. The food smells delicious, Ada. Well, it's just pork now, and macaroni and cheese. Most of the deliciousness will be ending up in the trash. Ada shook her head. The animals will eat them, Cherish said, hating to see anything on the farm go to waste. Everybody to the table, Ada announced. Sorry, there's no vegetables tonight. Cherish was clumsy and dropped them on the floor. Ada shook her head. Cherish frowned. Yes, everyone knows that by now, Ada. Debbie noticed Cherish looking defeated. Sit next to me, Cherish. Cherish sat down next to her. It looks delicious, don't you think, Jared? Debbie asked. No, Jared screamed as he reached over and stuck his small hand in the middle of the large bowl of macaroni. Stop! No! Debbie jumped out of her seat to catch his hand. It was too late. The macaroni went flying across the room, straight into Malachi, who was walking around the corner into the kitchen. Whoa, Malachi said as he jumped back in shock. Macaroni hit his shirt and fell onto the floor. Jared, say you're sorry to Malachi now, an embarrassed Debbie said. No, I'm not, Jared screamed. I'm so sorry, Malachi, Debbie said. He's overtired. Don't be concerned, it's just a bit of food. I liked to throw food too when I was young. Malachi walked to the table, giving Jared a smile before sitting down next to Cherish. I'll clean it up after dinner, Cherish told Debbie. Is that all you have to say or do about it, Debbie? Ada asked. Ada then asked Wilma. Wilma, are you going to say something? Wilma stood, looking quite shocked about all the mess. Shall we clean the floor before we eat? No. Leave it so we can be reminded it's a mixture of Cherish's error and Jared's behavior. What Cherish did was an accident, so I suppose we can't blame her. But what Jared did wasn't an accident. Debbie didn't want to start her few days away like this. Coming to the wedding was the first vacation she'd had since Jared was born. Why did Ada have to pick on Jared so much? Debbie already felt like everyone was judging her as a bad parent. She couldn't raise a hand to Jared, not after all the strapping she'd endured throughout her childhood. Ada was always telling her Jared needed a belting. Oh, Ada, he's just a boy, Wilma said. Do you know what I'm more concerned about? The fact that Harriet manipulated Favor and Simon into having the wedding at their farm. Wilma sat heavily in the chair. Thanks for this food. We're so hungry. We didn't stop once on the way because we knew you'd have cooked us something special. Ada eyed Cherish. I spilled the food. I'm sorry. Ada took a long time preparing the food. Sorry I ruined it. Then Cherish couldn't hold back her thoughts any longer. Mom, Favor didn't have a choice. You know what Simon's like. She will end up doing whatever Simon's mother wants for the rest of her life. Cherish, that's a dreadful thing to say. They are a loving family. Ada glared at Cherish. Cherish didn't even look at Ada. She knew Ada was just saying that because Simon's mother, Harriet, was a good friend of hers. Put it behind you, Wilma, or you won't enjoy the wedding. It's already been decided, Debbie said. Yes, I know, Wilma said dismissively as she buried her head in her hands. I'm going to ignore the food and the grease on the floor and suggest we all do the same until after we eat. Let us give thanks for what the Lord has provided, Ada suggested. And we'll ignore what happened to the macaroni, or we'll have little to eat tonight. I'm sorry, Debbie said. Did anyone notice that Cherish burned her arm badly? Malachi asked. We did. How is it now, Cherish? Mom asked. It's just a little burn. She showed her mother her arm. But now it's starting to hurt. Mom had a close look. It doesn't look too bad. Cherish didn't say anything, but now it was starting to sting as well. Let's give our thanks before the food gets colder than it already is, Ada suggested. They all closed their eyes and said their own silent prayer of thanks for the food. Cherish was grateful when dinner was finally over. It was embarrassing to have all that drama going on in front of Malachi. But it wasn't the first time he'd been amongst it. Ada had gone to her bedroom. Cherish and Debbie washed the dishes together while Wilma and Malachi sat by the fire, talking. Jared had gone to bed early after he spat at Ada when she'd looked at him unkindly during their dessert of cream and fruit salad. Debbie washed the dishes while Cherish stood with her back leaning on the sink, drying the dishes when Debbie passed them to her. They stood in silence as they did the cleaning, both in their own minds. Cherish overheard Wilma laughing at something Malachi had said. She couldn't help but wonder what they were talking about. During the meal, they'd managed to stay off the subject of the couple stealing the wedding somewhat, but as soon as they walked into the other room, Wilma did nothing but complain about the couples. Chapter 15. When Debbie and Cherish finished cleaning the kitchen, they joined Malachi and Wilma in the living room. "How are you feeling now, Mom?" Cherish asked. Wilma's mouth pulled down at the corners. "How would I be feeling? I think Favor's too young to marry. Besides my doubts about that, they stole my wedding from me. Levi won't be able to see Favor get married. He's upset. He doesn't say anything, though. I told him he shouldn't make the trip." Cherish made a suggestion. "As Debbie said, the decision's already been made. Let's look at what good things are happening. At least Samuel's watching over Levi and looking after the animals." "I know. It's nice that we have good friends." Wilma looked around. "Where's Ada?" "She's gone to bed already," Debbie said. "Oh, she didn't even say goodnight." "I think she was very tired." Debbie did her best to cover a yawn with her hand. "I hope I didn't offend Ada with the things I said about Harriet. Cherish, you're the only one of Favor's sisters coming. Well, Florence is coming, with Carter and Iris, but they have enough money to do anything they choose. Everyone else would come if they could afford it. Favor should have been more thoughtful about where she agreed to have the wedding." "Favor will be so happy that they're coming," Debbie said, trying to introduce some positivity. "If they had it at home, at our orchard, everyone would have been able to come," Mom pouted, puffing out her cheeks. "I know, but that's not what Favor chose. We have to respect that," Debbie added. "Never! I'll never agree with Favor's choice. The wedding is always held at the bride's home." "Not always, Mom," Cherish said. Mom narrowed her eyes. "Always in our family." "Florence eloped. Are you forgetting that?" Cherish asked. "I'm not counting her. She left. She wouldn't have expected to have her wedding at our house after that choice." Cherish could tell how upset her mother was, and she couldn't blame her. Harriet, Favor's mother-in-law-to-be, was forceful when she wanted her way about something. In Cherish's opinion, Mom was right to be upset. Harriet did steal the wedding from Mom. But Cherish kept her opinion to herself, knowing Mom might become even more distraught about the whole thing. Besides all that, Mom grumbling to Malachi was embarrassing. He was sitting there, listening, looking like he'd rather be anywhere but in the middle of this conversation. "Tomorrow is Favor's special day, and it's odd to be going to it rather than hosting it. Can you see that, Malachi? I'm sure you can." Malachi looked up. "I can understand how that would make you feel. I don't know the answer." Mom sighed. "There is no answer. Thanks for listening, all of you. I know I've probably been annoying, but it's upsetting for a mother. If I totally approved of the man she chose, that would lessen my anguish." Cherish gasped that her mother would say such a thing in front of Malachi, although her dislike of the couples was probably already obvious. Debbie whispered, "Don't say that in front of Ada. She loves the couples and thinks it's a wonderful match." "I don't have an opinion either way. He seems like a nice young man. I'd just say it's Favor's choice. She's happy, so we can all be happy for her." Wilma nodded. "Yes, we can all be happy. We have no choice. Tomorrow she'll be married. You are coming with us to the wedding, aren't you, Malachi?" "Yes, I am, if that's all right," Cherish said. "Ada ordered a vehicle big enough to take us all." "Ah, good. Now I'll keep quiet," Wilma said. "I'll hold my tongue forever. What else am I to do? They'll be joined in the sight of God. I can't speak against that." Debbie put her hand lightly on Wilma's shoulder. "How about a nice hot cup of tea?" Wilma nodded. "I'd like that. I'll just put out of my mind that I had nothing to do with the wedding plans, making the wedding clothes, or even the food. I'll also put out of my mind that I'm not sleeping in the same house as my daughter who's getting married tomorrow." Debbie was on her way to the kitchen and said over her shoulder, "At least she didn't elope or marry in secret. You'll get to be at her wedding." Wilma nodded and murmured, "There's always someone worse off, I suppose. I'll count my blessings." Chapter 16. At the Koppel house on the morning of Favor's wedding, tears flooded Favor's eyes. She yanked and pulled at the dress Harriet had finished sewing the night before. Favor's stomach churned when she saw her reflection in the window pane. All the guests would be arriving soon, and the dress was awful. She'd told Harriet she wanted a blue dress. The color was so dark that it wasn't blue at all. It was such a dark shade of blue that it was almost black. Apart from the dreadful color, so unsuited to a wedding, it was way too big. The sleeves hung down past her fingers, and instead of ending just below her knees, the dress ended at her calves, not far above her ankles. The fabric was so awful and scratchy that Favor was sure Harriet used cheap material she'd had stored away in a cupboard for the past 20 years. That notion was reinforced by the horrible, musty odor. How had she let it come this far? Favor knew she should have put her foot down with Harriet a long time ago. But if she'd done that, Simon might have broken up with her. She couldn't risk that. The door opened and Favor was delighted to see Cherish. "There you are," Cherish said, smiling from ear to ear. "It's your wedding day. I just saw Carter and Florence downstairs. They look so excited to be here. Have you seen them yet?" Cherish put out her arms to embrace Favor, but Favor just stood there, looking down at her dress. "Oh, Cherish, look at this." Cherish's gaze fell on the awful dress. Is that what you're wearing?" Cherish stuttered. The hesitance in her voice made it obvious to Favor that yes, it was that bad. "Nay, I cannot wear this dress. It's horrible. It doesn't even fit me right." Favor threw herself onto the bed, her mind filled with doubts. Would she be able to deal with Simon's parents forever? She felt Cherish sit next to her. "Come on, Favor, it's your wedding day. Cheer up, it's not the ugliest dress I've ever seen. It's black." "I can see that. I don't know what to do." Favor sat up to face Cherish, tears still falling down her face. "You don't understand. It's horrible here at the farm. Simon can't say no to his parents. They're so demanding. What will my future look like here? Will he still listen to his mother over me when we have children of our own? He really can't say no to her." "I know. We all know," Cherish said as she wiped a tear from Favor's cheek. "You don't have to marry him if you don't want to, you know. It's not too late to change your mind." "Don't be stupid, Cherish. Of course I won't back out. This is the life I chose. I hope I can cope, though. It's hard seeing him asking his mother's opinion on everything and ignoring mine. Sometimes he agrees with me and then switches when he finds out his mother has a different opinion. Even things to do with the wedding. And it's my wedding. It's not his mother's." "Well, we all knew what he was like from the beginning. We also knew that you'd probably end up marrying him anyway." "What's that supposed to mean?" Favor grabbed a handkerchief from her bed and held it over her eyes. Suddenly, the door swung open, making them both jump. They turned around to see Ada and Wilma walking into the room. "Favor, what's wrong?" Wilma exclaimed. Then Wilma's eyes fell on the dress. "You can't wear that, Favor. Stand up." Favor stood and turned slowly in a circle. Wilma shook her head. "It doesn't fit you right at all. Is this some kind of a joke?" "I know, it's bad." Favor turned away from them. "Shh, Mom, let's not be hasty. I think it's fine. Let's not make matters worse today." Cherish passed her sister another handkerchief. "Favor, is that your wedding dress? Why aren't you wearing the one Harriet made for you?" Ada asked. "This is it," Favor almost yelled. "My, truly?" Ada's eyes bugged out as she looked more closely at the dress. "Yes, it's true," Cherish said. "Oh dear. The first thing that comes to my mind when looking at the dress is, where's the funeral? Ada stepped forward, picked up the hem, and studied the stitches. She dropped the dress and shook her head. It's ugly. She can't wear a black dress. Wilma shook her head. It's a little late for that, Wilma, Ada said. Anyway, Harriet's feelings would be hurt if Favor didn't wear the dress that she lovingly sewed. It's ugly. I'm sorry, but it is. What about your Sunday best dress? Wilma suggested. Maybe. I'm not sure. Favor knew her Sunday best was her only option now. How can I do that to Harriet? She would be offended. She wouldn't forgive me. Things are already tense between us ever since I insisted on having some particular food items for the meal after the wedding. While everyone stood there in silence at her outburst, Favor knew the real problem wasn't Harriet. It was Simon. If Simon would understand, she might consider wearing something else. But she knew he would be upset with her if she didn't wear the dress his mother made. Favor felt her emotions overflow inside of her. This was supposed to be the happiest day in her life, but it was turning out to be the worst. Cherish grabbed at one of Favor's sleeves. Maybe we could tuck these up. Fold them back so at least your hands are showing. Favor moved her hand away. I don't think I could do this. What will my life be like here? It's so far away, and all Simon does is whatever his mom wants. She sets the rules, and he abides by them, even over me. I didn't want her to sew me a dress, and I didn't want to have my wedding here. I've always wanted to be married at my home, at the orchard. It's all about what she wants. I can't do this. Favor broke down into tears once more. Mom stepped in closer, and Favor fell into her mother's arms and sobbed. Ada took on her no-nonsense tone. Listen to me, Favor. Ada walked over to her, then adjusted Favor's prayer cap. You can always go back to the orchard, but we didn't travel all the way here just to watch you destroy a young man on his wedding day. This sounds like something you should have thought about before you made your loved ones travel halfway across the country. What will everyone think of us and you if you change your mind on today of all days? Ada, come on now. You can see she's upset. She can change her mind and come home with us if that's what she wants, Cherish argued. It's true, you can, Mom said, agreeing with Cherish over Ada for probably the very first time ever. Pack your bags and we'll leave. Favor felt Ada's disappointment, but it made her think for a moment. She really did love Simon. The thought of losing him made her feel sick. He was so good to her, and he just wanted to do right by everyone. He was just being a good son when he agreed with his mother. Maybe when they were married, he'd do what she wanted. You two are making me feel awful. It is true, Favor, you don't have to marry him if you don't want, Ada said. I'll support your decision, Favor. I'll even go and break the news to everyone now. Nay, I won't go home. I do love him. Favor wiped the tears from her eyes and then sniffed. She looked at herself in the reflection of the window pane once more. I want to spend the rest of my life with him, which is why I am making these sacrifices now. Things will get better. He loves his mother, and that's why he agrees with her. When we're married, he'll agree with me. Our love will grow deeper. Trust in God, and he will pave the way on your journey, Wilma said as she patted Favor's back. And wear your Sunday best dress, Ada said. As much as Harriet is one of my dear friends, she can't sew, and I say that with much love. Nay. Favor turned around to face them and lifted her chin. I will wear this dress with confidence, for Simon. Okay, Favor. All he cares about is making his mother happy anyway, Cherish blurted out. When everyone stared at her, she said, What? I'm just agreeing with what she said. Are you in here, Favor? Someone said through the closed door. That's Florence. She'll be able to fix your dress, Favor, Cherish said. Wilma was closest to the door, so she flung it open. When everyone had greeted her, Florence stared in horror at Favor's dark dress. Florence pointed at the dress. What's that? Favor looked down at it. Harriet made it for me, and I've decided to wear it. I know it's awful, but that's just how it is. Can you fix it? Mom asked. Everyone stared at Florence. How much time have I got? Half an hour, probably, Ada said. I can bring it in quite a bit. Florence moved forward and held the dress at the sides. Could you? Oh, Florence, that would be so wonderful. And Harriet would never know because she's never seen me in it. Florence frowned. You didn't try it on while she was working on it? No, she only finished it last night. She wouldn't even show me the fabric. I just said I wanted blue. That's black, Florence said, frowning. Ada said, It's blue according to Harriet, but let's not waste time debating. Favor, grab a needle and thread and get that dress off so Florence can save the day. Everyone else can leave the room. You've saved my life, Florence. Look at the cap, though. It's so large and horrible. Perhaps I should just wear my everyday one. Florence smiled. Did Harriet make that too? Yes. Well, I have brought with me a present from Christina. No! Favor covered her mouth and happy tears filled her eyes. She made me a prayer cap? Yes, Carter's got it downstairs. And you can tell Harriet it was a wedding gift, so you had to wear it. That's wunderbar, and Harriet won't mind a bit. I'll fetch it now, Ada said as she was halfway out the door. Favor hugged Florence tightly. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being the very best sister ever. Now tears welled in Florence's eyes. So many times over these past years, she missed being at the farm with all her half-sisters. She'd been like a mother to them, and they'd relied on her for everything. It'd been a hard and busy life back then, but there were many moments of joy and family togetherness that she'd hold close to her heart forever. She knew it was now time. It was time for her and Carter to add a second child to their family, God willing. Iris needed to experience growing up with a sibling, just the same as she'd grown up in a bubbly and lively household. Chapter 17. At the ceremony, the bishop had to yell as he read, the heavy rain outside making it hard for anyone to hear. The room was filled with the scent of freshly baked goods that lined the table at the back of the room. Along with the baked goods, Favor caught a whiff of the pleasant fragrance from the flower petals spread along the floor. The flower petals were Favor's idea, and she had to fight Harriet to get them. In the end, she had to settle for dried flowers rather than fresh, but Favor was pleased with the win, however small. Favor sat on the front bench with Simon, listening to the bishop's words. She was thankful that her wedding dress now looked like a dress, instead of the sack that it was before Florence came to her rescue. The cap from Christina was just perfect, as she knew it would be. Both Christina and Florence had been given the gift of excellent needlework skills. Favor silently thanked God that Florence and Carter had gone out of their way to come to her wedding. Florence hadn't forgotten their family when she'd moved on with her life outside of the community. Favor looked out the window at the pouring rain that had forced them to marry inside. Was this a sign from God that all wouldn't be well with their marriage? Favor had wanted the ceremony in the garden, seeing it was a spring wedding rather than the usual wintertime one. The room was filled with guests who stood shoulder to shoulder, as there wasn't much room for many rows of benches inside the house. As she turned and caught Harriet's eye, her mind flooded with doubts once more. Had her almost mother-in-law created the awful dress as an attempt to embarrass her? Suddenly remembering what she'd looked like in the dress, she felt her chest tighten and her face go bright red with embarrassment at what might have been. I can't do this. I can't do this. Favor took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Turning to face Simon, she opened them to see his handsome, smiling face. Suddenly, it didn't matter that she was getting married in a dress so dark that everyone thought it was black. It didn't matter that she looked like she was going to a funeral rather than a wedding. And it didn't matter about his mother. A wave of relief rushed over her body as she felt the love and devotion coming from him. She was doing all of this for him, and she'd surely be rewarded somehow. She'd be rewarded for putting up with Harriet and trying to go along with everything that was so odd in comparison to the family she'd been used to. Maybe she'd even be rewarded for wearing the dress to save anyone's feelings from being hurt. Perhaps she'd also be rewarded for going through with the wedding when part of her wanted to run. She could go home, but what would she be going home to? Simon wouldn't be there, and that didn't even make sense. Sitting here with him now, she realized she was where she belonged, with the man she loved. "And now I'd like to welcome Malcolm to sing for us," the bishop said, interrupting Favor's thoughts. She watched as Malcolm stood up. He looked around at everyone and then took a deep breath in. Then, out of his mouth came his deep voice that was surely a gift from God. She was sure heaven would be full of such wonderful voices. Everyone in the room had to feel close to God whenever Malcolm sang the godly words of praise and devotion. Wilma watched on, feeling a little disheartened. Almost all her children had gotten married and left home. She felt grateful Cherish was still at the house. She had Debbie too, but she would soon be marrying Peter. They hadn't yet talked of marriage, but she knew it wouldn't be long. Harriet was seated directly in front of her. Wilma considered it quite rude she hadn't asked Wilma to sit with her. She'd been ignored from the moment she'd walked into the house hours earlier. Then Wilma spied Florence and Carter with little Iris. They were standing at the side of the room with some other Englishers. It pleased Wilma that she was there. Florence hadn't entirely abandoned her girls. She was interested in more than managing the orchard, and that was comforting. Ada nudged Wilma, urging her to look at Harriet, who was sniffing and wiping away tears. Wilma smiled, but she didn't feel like doing so. She should be the one crying, and they wouldn't be tears of happiness. Then a wicked thought occurred to Wilma. Maybe Harriet was crying because she saw someone had fixed the dress that she'd forced Favor to wear. Harriet got everything her way. It'd been that way from the start of Favor and Simon's relationship. Favor was made to wed there at Harriet's farm, and now look what happened. The rain and the awful dress. Wilma was sure God didn't approve of Favor marrying at the Copples' farm and was showing his disapproval. It was good to know that God was on her side. If they'd married at the orchard, the weather would have been beautiful. She looked over at Favor and hoped she hadn't given her the wrong advice. Should she have been more forceful in suggesting Favor change her mind and leave? Should she have encouraged her to flee? Flee from the Copples? It was so hard to know what to do in certain situations. When Malcolm finished his song, the bishop stood again. All of a sudden, Ada leaped off her seat and then fell to the floor. Then Wilma noticed Jared had slipped out of Debbie's arms. Ada had been trying to catch him as he ran to the bishop down the aisle made by the 2 rows of benches. "Stop! Stop!" Ada hissed as Jared gathered speed, followed closely by Debbie. Then Debbie tripped over someone's feet, and Ada managed to pass her. Jared threw his leg in the air, trying to kick the bishop. Just before he could reach him, Simon scooped him up in his arms. Simon then handed him back to an embarrassed Ada. Wilma couldn't help but think, was this disruption another sign from God? Was her daughter's marriage doomed before it even began? "Naughty boy, Jared! No supper for you tonight! I can't believe you just did that!" Ada yelled at the top of her lungs, clearly not caring that a peaceful wedding ceremony was happening. Jared was screaming and crying as she pulled him to the back of the room, scolding him the whole time. By this time, Debbie was back on her feet, walking quietly to the back of the room. "We shall continue," the bishop said in a calming way. The next several minutes were a blur to Favor as her head pulsated and her vision blurred. She felt she was passing out and had to fight it all the while. Then she heard the bishop say that they were now married. They were husband and wife. Relief washed over her, and she looked over at her husband and smiled. They were married. Simon was finally her husband. He'd listen to her from now on. She'd be the main woman in his life now, and not Harriet. It was done. She could relax. Simon mouthed, "I love you." A tear ran down her cheek as all her worries lifted from her. She mouthed back the same words, and she knew at that moment that everything would be okay. Everyone moved forward to congratulate them. After she and Simon had greeted all the well-wishers, she noticed how the room was set up. Harriet had done a great job, and the food smelled amazing. Now, she felt bad about having doubts and for saying horrid things about Harriet, who was now her mother-in-law. She hitched up her sleeves that had fallen over her hands. Then she noticed her mother, alone, standing in the corner. Mom probably wouldn't eat anything at all out of protest for not having the wedding at the orchard. Mom had cooked for all of her children's weddings and had organized and planned what food they'd have. She'd been totally left out of this wedding. She left Simon and went over to talk with her. Favor thought it was time to thank her for being such a good mother. Cherish didn't notice her mother looking sad at all. She was too busy eyeing her favorite Dutch apple dumplings, soft pretzels, shoe-fly pie, along with all the different varieties of smoked cheeses and cured meats. The hot meats were on a table of their own. Cherish noticed the pork chops, ham, and roast beef, but she was more interested in the desserts on the table next to them. As she went to grab a plate, still looking upon the food, she felt a hand brush into hers. "Oh, sorry," she said as she turned and saw Malachi smiling at her, also reaching for a plate. "Not at all. I was just grabbing this plate for you because I saw you fixated on the food," he said with a hint of a smile around his lips. Thank you." She was a little embarrassed. "It's been a rough morning and I haven't eaten since last night." "What did you think of the wedding?" He stepped closer once again, brushing his hand over hers to reach for some bread, her tummy filled with butterflies. "I mean, it's a bit sad about the weather especially, since Favor didn't want to have the wedding here at all. So having to have it indoors, I think made her a little upset." "Hopefully your wedding goes a little smoother than this." He started loading up his food onto the plate. "Do you want to get married soon?" he asked, deliberately avoiding her eyes. "Why? Is he asking me?" She made a joke of it. "Is that a proposal?" He laughed. "I didn't mean to marry me. You wouldn't want to do that." "Cherish, I did it! I'm married!" Favor exclaimed as she walked toward them. She was like a different person from the one who'd been crying about her dress earlier that day. "Congratulations, Favor. You look beautiful. You look just like a proper bride." Favor wedged herself between them. "Malachi, it's good to see you two talking." Favor elbowed Malachi and gave Cherish a cheeky wink. "You know, I thought one day you two would get together." Cherish felt her cheeks burn. "Really?" Malachi said, intrigued. "Why would you think that?" "Oh, come on, Malachi. You know I saw you two in the barn that time, kissing. You were both so close that a blade of grass couldn't fit between you." "Favor, don't you need to say hi to your wedding guests?" Cherish gulped and added, "They've traveled long enough to be here." Cherish couldn't even look at Malachi with all the heat rising in her cheeks. She knew her face must have been beet red. Chapter 18. "The barn?" Malachi replied, genuinely looking confused. Favor hit his arm. "Oh, come on, Malachi. Don't pretend you don't remember. I saw you two share a kiss in the barn a few years ago. It was the first time I was at the farm. Cherish was bright red for days, much like she is now." Favor giggled before she continued. "And she threatened me to never mention it. I never have until now, but you both know about it, so where's the harm, Cherish was now looking at Malachi. Was he serious? How could he not remember? Did he go around kissing women all the time? She surely didn't want a man like that. And how could he forget such a moment? Her mood escalated from embarrassed to offended. "I honestly don't recall. I'm sorry." Malachi held his plate of food with one hand as he smoothed back his hair that had fallen across his face. Oh well, it mustn't have meant much then. Cherish took her food and went to walk away. Wait, Cherish, you remember? What? We did? He followed her. She turned around to face him. Yes, we did. But obviously it wasn't that big a deal for you, or very memorable. No harm done. Cherish walked away in a huff, taking a full plate of dumplings with her. Favor took a couple of steps until she was level with him. Wow, Malachi, you ruined that. Great work. Favor turned and hurried to catch up with her sister. Cherish, wait up! Favor yelled as she ran to catch up to her. Cherish stopped and turned to face her. Shh, Favor, don't embarrass me. Okay, but that was rude. Who else would he have kissed? Favor asked as they sat down at the end of a large table. I don't know, but if he doesn't remember, I don't want to remember either. Cherish shoved a whole Dutch apple dumpling into her mouth. I know you've had a thing for him since then, Cherish. I'm here if you need to talk. You better go back to Simon. You should be at your special wedding table with him. Cherish looked over at the table and saw Harriet sitting where Favor should have been. You go back to Simon. I'll be okay, Cherish repeated. This is your wedding. I don't want to ruin it for you. Are you sure you'll be all right? Favor asked. I'll be fine. Cherish pulled the plate of dumplings closer. As long as I can eat these, I'll be fine. Go. Cherish bit into another one. Okay, come and say goodbye before you go, okay? Don't forget. I will. We'll be here all day. Favor gave her a hug and then left her. Cherish was a little surprised that Favor showed such compassion. Or was she so tragic at this moment that even someone as selfish as Favor was sorry for her? Then when Cherish looked back at Simon, she saw Malachi, still standing by the food, now speaking with Mom. She noticed him looking over her way, and when their eyes met, he deliberately looked away. Later that evening, when the crowd had thinned, Mom decided it was time to leave. Everyone out the front in 5 minutes or you'll be left here. Wilma scurried around the now half-empty house. The sun was beginning to set as more people left. Cherish stood in the kitchen, watching Favor and Simon as they said goodbye to their guests at the door. It was nice to see Favor now in good spirits, much happier than Cherish had ever seen her. She was like a new woman. We should go too, Carter said, holding Iris's hand. Florence added, Iris has had a big day. Iris was shy and stepped behind Carter when Wilma tried to hug her goodbye. Another Bonnet sister is married. That only leaves you, Cherish. You'll be next. What did you call us? Cherish asked. Florence playfully slapped Carter's arm. Don't mind him. He has funny nicknames for people. He thinks they're funny, even if other people don't. I'm not sure I like what you just said, Carter. Ada raised her eyebrows, staring at him. Carter just laughed. Cherish didn't care. She swooped behind Carter and grabbed Iris, causing her to giggle. Then Iris hugged Cherish. Goodbye, Iris. I'll visit you soon after we get home. And remember, I'm your favorite auntie. Who's your favorite? Aunt Cherish is. That's right. You're brainwashing her, Cherish, Carter said. Cherish rose to her feet. I'm just telling her the truth. She didn't allow anyone else to cuddle her, did she? I guess not. Favor moved forward with Simon to say goodbye to Florence and her family. Car's here, Wilma hollered, not caring that there were other people in the house. Debbie, Ada, Jared, Cherish, and Malachi, out the front, now, she continued as she pushed past Cherish, nudging her along the way. We will come outside and wish you farewell. Harriet pulled her husband by the arm, leading him out the front door. Cherish and everyone else followed them. The rain had finally stopped, and Cherish breathed deeply in the fresh air. It had been so stuffy in the house with all those people. The cold breeze on her cheeks was so refreshing. She felt a certain peace listening to the wind rustling through the trees. Then she knew why. That sound reminded her of the orchard. Looking back, she saw Carter, Florence, and Iris getting in their car. At the house, she saw Favor hand in hand with Simon. Right next to Simon stood Harriet and Melvin. She continued watching as Malachi said his goodbyes and headed towards the car. He hadn't stopped looking at her since their conversation. Did he realize how obvious he was making it? "Thank you for the lovely quilt you all made. It's so beautiful. It'll always remind me of home," Favor said as she hugged Wilma, who was clearly eager to leave. "The pleasure is ours. Be sure to come back and visit us as soon as you're able. You can all come, Harriet and Melvin too." Wilma patted her firmly on the back before turning to Harriet. She gave Harriet a quick hug and a kiss before getting into the car. "Thank you for having us. The wedding was beautiful, and the food was delicious." Cherish hugged Favor goodbye. "Yes, the food was absolutely delicious, Harriet," Ada said. "You did a wonderful job." "And you, little one, come and give Auntie Harriet a kiss." Harriet signaled for Jared to come closer. Just as Harriet came closer, Jared swung his arm back and went to punch her. Debbie leaped forward just in time and grabbed Jared's arm before it met Harriet's tummy. "Jared, no!" She picked him up and took him over to the car. Jared was squirming and screaming the whole way. "I'm so sorry, Harriet," Ada said. "That boy will have to learn some good manners." "Thank you again. It was a beautiful wedding." Ada hurried toward the car. When Malachi reached the car, there were 2 seats left, one right at the back next to Jared and one facing Cherish. She secretly hoped he would sit at the back, eager to avoid any awkwardness. She still didn't know how to feel about him denying their kiss. For a moment there, she thought he might like her too. But she must have been wrong. Surely he would have done or said something by now if he liked her. But he hadn't. Sure enough, he jumped into the car and buckled himself into the seat directly across from her. As the car drove away, Ada was still harping on. "I told you, Debbie, that boy is no good. He needs a firm hand. When are you going to get married and allow a man to discipline him properly?"
"I want to get out,"
Jared screamed. "Jared, the car is moving, so you must sit still." Debbie sounded totally defeated.
"No!"
he screamed through tears as he balled his tiny hands into fists. The driver glanced around at him. "You must stay seated." Jared covered his face with his hands after kicking both feet in the air at the driver. "You know, I've had boys, and none of them would even dare think about punching someone or kicking someone," Ada said. "He's just a little boy, Ada," Debbie replied.
"Where are we?"
Jared yelled out.
"I can't see out."
"We're going to Aunt Cherish's farm, Jared. I told you that already. It won't be long, just be patient," Debbie replied. "Yeah, be patient or I'll smack your bottom," Ada said, causing Jared to burst into tears once more. "Ada, please," Debbie said. Ada just shrugged her shoulders. "When are you going to marry Peter, Debbie? Or maybe you need to find someone tougher who will discipline Jared. He'll end up in trouble and in jail. I don't know what's wrong with that boy." "Nothing is wrong with him. He's a child." Debbie was now clearly offended. Cherish sat there, not knowing what to do. She should have said something to help Debbie, but she was too nervous about the way Malachi was staring at her. Chapter 19. Ada wouldn't let up. "Nonsense. No child of mine would ever behave like that. A tough man that would knock some sense into him is what you need. Wilma, why are you so quiet? Don't you think something needs to be done about his foul behavior?" Debbie stared at Wilma, who clearly looked annoyed at the situation, yet she remained silent. Debbie had become close friends with Wilma and Ada, but now she just wanted Ada to stop. Finally, Wilma spoke. "He's barely out of being a baby, Ada. He'll grow out of this." "Rubbish, Wilma. Absolute rubbish. You never kicked anyone when you were a boy, did you, Malachi?" Ada asked. Looking a little embarrassed, Malachi took his time to respond. "I'm sure I did when I was his age. Boys can be hard to handle. That's why Debbie needs a father for Jared, and I don't believe for a minute that you were like this at his age. A good man like you? I don't believe it for a second." Ada pursed her lips. Cherish had mentally blocked her ears. She was quiet as she again contemplated her and Malachi's kiss from years ago. Now, she was embarrassed that the incident meant so little to him. Had their kiss been that bad? Did she have an unpleasant body odor, or had there been something else disagreeable about her back then? It kept playing over and over in her mind, and she couldn't dull the noise of her own questions. He forgot it, and now she wished she could forget it. The drive back to Cherish's farm felt like it took a lifetime. Malachi hadn't said a word to her, and she was glad. She was sure he would notice she was upset with him. It was dark outside as the car came to a stop. Cherish watched as Malachi jumped out of the car and helped Wilma and Ada step down from the 8-seater vehicle. She suddenly felt that feeling she had before, churning in her stomach. Malachi was so caring and mindful of others. For a moment, she was far less annoyed with him. Wally made a noise and waddled over to meet them. "Wally, how did you get out of the barn?" Malachi asked. "You'd better check it for holes, Malachi," Ada told him. "I'll do that later. Right now, I'll prepare supper for us." "I'll do that, Malachi. We don't need much, as we all ate way too much." "Well, I know I did," Wilma announced as she made her way toward the house. "I'll feed the animals then," Malachi told no one in particular. "I'll help you," Cherish said. He put up a hand. "No, it's fine. Go inside where it's warm. It won't take me long." Rather than wait for her to reply, he and Wally walked off toward the barn. Good, Cherish thought. She didn't want to help if he didn't remember their kiss anyway. The house was cold as she followed the others through the front door. Cherish hung her coat on the hook behind the front door and walked into the living room. Wilma immediately started the fire while Ada went into the kitchen. Exhausted, Cherish slumped down onto the couch while Debbie talked softly to Jared about his recent, unsatisfactory behavior. Then Cherish must have fallen asleep because the next thing she knew, Debbie was announcing that Jared was finally asleep. Debbie sat on the chair next to her. "Sorry, did I wake you?" Cherish sat up. "Oh, I must have fallen asleep. That's weird. I never do that." "I don't blame you. I'm exhausted too," Debbie replied. "What a day!" Cherish shook her head. "You've been quiet. You hardly said a word in the car. Is everything all right?" Debbie looked worried as she sat staring at Cherish. Wilma had successfully started the fire and was now in the kitchen, talking loudly with Ada. "I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you when Ada was being mean," Cherish whispered. "It's okay. You would have put yourself in the firing line as well, and, besides, it wouldn't have helped. Do you think Jared is that bad?" "He's just lively and—" "Discipline! Wilma, he needs discipline," Ada said at the top of her lungs, making Cherish and Debbie turn around while Ada kept shrieking, not caring she was being overheard. Cherish looked over at Debbie, who seemed defeated. "Does it hurt you the way Ada talks about Jared?" Cherish asked. "Yes, it really does. It makes me wonder if there is something wrong with him. Am I a bad mother?" Tears welled up in Debbie's eyes. "Of course not, Debbie. You're the most amazing mother I've ever known. You know what Ada's like, always looking for something or someone to pick on. Jared is just an easy target." Cherish took Debbie's hand in hers. "Don't be upset. Things were different in Ada's day. Besides, every child has their own personality. Jared is just unique. And he's not going to go around kicking people when he's an adult, is he? People don't do that, and neither will Jared." That made Debbie laugh. "I guess you're right about that. I am worried about him, though. He was violent twice today. It makes me think maybe he does need a father figure in this life. Perhaps I need a husband, and then things might be different for Jared. Maybe he senses how upset I get sometimes." "What do you get upset about?" Debbie huffed. "My parents, John's parents, and the stupid decision I made. If only I'd stood up to John. It was all meant to be, Debbie. If you'd done anything different, you might not have Jared." "I know, but sometimes I get so tired. When I get tired, I start to have regrets. And what if everyone thinks the same as Ada and they're just not telling me? He's only 3. Nearly 4, as Ada keeps reminding me. I don't think you have anything to worry about. Don't let her put bad thoughts into your head. We'll pray for him. Thank you, Cherish. Now, what's been up with you all afternoon? Debbie asked, leaning in closer so Wilma and Ada couldn't hear her answer. Well, it's about Malachi. Cherish was a little nervous to tell her. Malachi? Debbie asked, seeming confused. Cherish took a deep breath. It would feel good to unburden herself and get Debbie's opinion on what had taken place. Yes, Malachi. A few years ago, we shared a kiss in the barn as I was leaving to go home. Favor caught us and ran out. Debbie looked shocked and didn't say anything, so Cherish continued. Then today, Favor brought it up, but Malachi said he didn't remember. Chapter 20. Debbie was silent while she got her head around what Cherish had just said. I guessed it. I saw how you'd wait to get a letter from him. You talk about him constantly. I was right about the two of you. Shh, Debbie, please don't tell Mom, and we're not dating. He doesn't even remember we kissed, so don't say the two of us like there's something going on. Are you sure he doesn't remember? You know what men are like. Maybe he's scared you don't feel the same. Cherish looked over at the blazing fire that was giving off so much warmth. I'm sure that's not it. Anyway, I don't even know if I like him like that. Cherish turned away from Debbie and slumped back into the couch. Oh, Cherish, I know you. If you didn't like him, you wouldn't have been dead silent the whole afternoon. You hate it when there's silence. You're always talking. This is bothering you because you have feelings for him. Cherish stopped for a moment and thought. Debbie was right. She could try to ignore her feelings for him, but she was starting to realize that her feelings were getting harder to ignore. Cherish took a deep breath. The scent of garlic, onions, and fried chicken made Cherish realize she was working up an appetite. Those Dutch apple dumplings hadn't filled her up enough to skip Ada's food. Dinner time! To the table, everyone! Wilma announced as she walked over and opened the back door. Malachi, dinner, now! Come inside! Wilma screamed at the top of her lungs. Debbie and Cherish walked into the kitchen and sat at the table. Ada was already seated, frowning at them both as they sat down. Mom had heated up garlic bread and onion soup, and Ada had crumbed and fried chicken legs. Malachi came in through the mudroom, changed his shoes, and washed up before making his way to the table. Smells delicious, he said as he went to sit down next to Debbie. Malachi, you sit here. I prefer this seat over here. Debbie got up and sat next to Ada, forcing him to sit next to Cherish. Okay, Malachi said as he sat next to Cherish. Cherish frowned at Debbie. She didn't need her help. It had been a mistake to mention anything to her if she was going to do things like this. They all closed their eyes and said their silent prayer of thanks for the food. The soup smells amazing, Wilma, Ada said once she opened her eyes. Cherish felt nervous being this close to Malachi. She had never felt this anxious being around him before. After Wilma tasted her soup, she said, You know, I wasn't sure about the wedding in the beginning, but it turned out to be quite all right. Don't you think? Wilma asked everyone. I'm still not happy that Samuel and Levi weren't there to see her married. They've been close to her for her whole life. I know exactly how you feel, Wilma, Ada said. It was truly beautiful, Wilma. Much better than the wedding I had with no one I knew there except for John. I wasn't even married by our bishop. It was a celebrant. Favor's wedding was a far sight better than that. Everyone was silent after Debbie's remark. Debbie spoke again. I believe there is someone for everyone, and God even finds someone for widows, like you, Wilma. So maybe I will get married again one day. Debbie waited for Ada to tell her that Peter was the one for her, but thankfully Ada was silent on that subject for once. Wilma nodded. Yes, I was blessed that Levi came along. It was a rocky road at the start, but time was on our side. Now, we do miss each other when we're apart. And Gott was too. Ada gave a nod. Gott was what? Cherish asked, trying to understand what she meant. Ada stared at Cherish. Got to find someone for everyone. Cherish frowned, wondering if Ada had something wrong with her hearing.
Malachi, why aren't you married yet?
Debbie asked. Cherish nearly choked on her bread. She grabbed the glass of water in front of her and took a gulp. Malachi looked up. Excuse me? Debbie, how rude. We don't ask questions like that. Wilma chuckled while Ada stifled her laughter. Cherish felt her cheeks burning. One day, she'd learned to keep things to herself. No one in her family could keep a secret, and now she'd found out that included Debbie. Well, I guess the Lord hasn't sent me the right woman yet, Malachi replied.
Maybe your helpmate is closer than you think,
Debbie said. Cherish gave her a gentle nudge with her foot under the table. Maybe, he replied as he smiled in Cherish's direction, making her stomach flood with butterflies once more. She didn't dare look at him. Then Debbie asked,
I wonder if we could stay a couple more days, Wilma.
It's been pretty tiring so far.
If we stayed 2 more days, we could relax without the usual day-to-day responsibilities. Peter is looking after my stall until I come back.
I didn't even tell him a day that I'd be returning. Wilma looked down for a moment. I am worried about Levi, but if you want to so badly, we could stay 2 more days. I'm sure that wouldn't hurt. Now Cherish was pleased with Debbie. If that's okay with you, Malachi, Wilma asked. Sure is. I'm loving the company. It's usually just me and Wally. Chapter 21. Back at the orchard. Crystal stepped into the bright sunshine as she made her way down the front steps of the Baker Bruner house. It was a beautiful day. She couldn't think of a more beautiful place than the Baker apple orchard. It had been a blessing and a pleasure to live there. Now, more than ever, she was grateful for all those years she'd stayed with Favor and her sisters. She hurried to the horse and buggy that the early visitor, Samuel, had hitched for her. She had slept in that morning and would be late to open the store. She climbed into the driver's seat and was in the process of turning the buggy around when she heard a voice. Excuse me. She turned around to see Noah walking toward her. Hello there, he said. Immediately she got out of the buggy. Noah, what are you doing here? She adjusted her cap, hoping she looked okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I called out a few times, he said as he came closer to her. Crystal realized she'd been in such a rush that she hadn't seen his horse and buggy parked on the other side of the driveway. I'm sorry about that. I'm late to open the store this morning. She looked down at her feet, feeling a little embarrassed. She loved working at the store, and it wasn't often that she was late. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. He cleared his throat before continuing. I wanted to ask if you wouldn't mind staying on at the shop until we can figure out what to do with it. Yes, your father asked me that, and I agreed. I know, but he meant like for a week. But now it'll be for longer than that. You'll be paid, of course. We're not asking for charity. Crystal felt a wave of relief rush over her. She was glad to still have a job for now. Of course, it would be my pleasure. She smiled as she looked down at her feet again, feeling a little shy. She was sure she was blushing for the first time in her life. Normally, she was so confident with men, but not with Noah. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I also wanted to let you know you're more than welcome to stay at Gertie's house for the long term. It'll be a while before the family comes to an agreement on that. We don't expect you to pay rent or anything. Just stay there and keep it nice. Really? No other man in the community had been this good to her. Of course, Gertie would have wanted it that way. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I guess I should go. The shop needs to be opened. One more thing. He swallowed hard. Would you like to come for a picnic with me today? I'm sorry, I can't. I've got to work at the shop today. What about afterwards? Crystal thought about it for a moment. Okay, that would be lovely. She smiled and gave him a wave as she climbed into her buggy and picked up the lines. No time was wasted having the horse move forward. "I'll see you then," he yelled as she passed him in the horse and buggy. Crystal felt nervous as she sat in the shop. She was hand-sewing a quilt Gertie had started, and she couldn't focus. "Ouch!" she cried out loud as the needle pricked her finger. She'd never be great at sewing. It was different for the Amish women who'd been raised to sew. She moved to the back room and held her hand under the running water of the sink. As she did so, she thought about what she'd talk about with Noah. He knew she wasn't born in the community, but exactly how much did he know about her? He'd shared with her that he had a shady past, so perhaps that meant he'd excuse hers. She would have to be honest and tell him all the bad things about herself. But when? She didn't want to get to know him and fall in love only for him to leave when he found out the truth. But if she told him too early, she'd scare him off. She turned off the tap and dried her hands. Then she opened the first aid kit and started to bandage her finger. It wasn't easy to do that one-handed. The more she thought about it, the more she came to the conclusion it would be the best thing to tell him up front. If he got scared off, then that simply meant he wasn't the right man for her. Then she heard the rain come pelting down. Would there be a picnic at all if this kept up? One thing she knew was that her day would be quiet. Barely anyone came into the store when it was raining. Just as well she'd had hardly any customers, because all day Crystal had trouble focusing on anything but her past. Besides a couple of lookers, she had some people stop by to see her. One pair of visitors was Levi and Samuel. By the afternoon, the rain had lessened. When she saw Noah's horse and buggy pull up outside the store, a wave of excitement rushed over her. She waited until he got out and came in to see her. "Is it that time already?" she asked as he walked through the front door. "I believe it is." He smiled and stood there with his hands on his hips, looking ever so handsome. "Why don't I close up and meet you out front?" Crystal folded the quilt she was still working on. Trying to sew with only 9 fingers had helped take her mind off things. "Okay," Noah said as he turned and walked out the door. She walked around the store, turning off the lights. She grabbed her string bag and adjusted her prayer cap before walking out to meet him. "Was it a good day for the store?" he asked as she locked the front door. "Not so much, thanks to the rain," she said as he gestured for her to climb into the buggy. "Where's your buggy?" he asked. "Samuel stopped by with Levi today. I told them about the picnic. Levi had the idea to drive the buggy home, and Samuel followed in his." "That was a risky move. What if I hadn't turned up at all? You'd be stranded here." "I knew you would. Why, was there a chance you'd not come without telling me?" He laughed. "Don't worry about me. It was a silly thing to say. I guess you make me nervous." She looked over at his handsome face. "Oh, careful," she said when a bike pulled out in front of them. "I saw it," he spat out. "Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. It's just that I dislike those bike riders. They think they own the road. They make up their own rules." Crystal was a little shocked at his outburst and didn't know what to say, so she kept silent. It was a short trip to the park. As he pulled up the buggy, Crystal saw a picnic blanket sprawled over a table in the center of the park. "Grass is wet," he said as he smiled at her. "You already came and set this up?" "Yep, let's go." He was in a much better mood now. He jumped out of the buggy and raced around to open her door. He held her hand as she stepped down to the ground. He had done this, all for her. She felt nervous but excited as they walked toward the table. "No one has ever taken me out on a picnic date before," she said as they sat down. She looked at everything on the table. There was fresh cheese and grapes, croissants, and fresh pumpkin pie and pickled vegetables. For drinks, there was a choice of orange juice and soda. "So, this is a date then?" Noah teased as he passed her a plate and poured her some orange juice. "Oh, I mean, no, Crystal felt a little silly. "I'm just kidding. The pleasure is all mine, and I find that hard to believe. A pretty girl like you? I'm sure half the men in town are lining up for you." Crystal felt a lump in her throat. This was her opportunity to tell him. She wanted to say something, but couldn't bring herself to do it just yet. You are very kind. I'm very appreciative of you showing me such generosity. Of course. I'm told my grandmother spoke very highly of you. She would want you to be taken care of. Hearing this made Crystal start to tear up. Gertie had always been there for her. She missed her so much at that moment. She'd been a fool to think she could walk out on Gertie and turn her back on the community that had welcomed her with open arms and open hearts. She was a dear friend to me, Crystal said as she wiped a tear from her cheek. She felt herself freeze as Noah leaned in close. Was he about to kiss her? He pulled a tissue from the picnic basket and dabbed her cheeks with it. Her heart raced. Before she could say anything, rain began to fall, and fall hard. They jumped to their feet, quickly grabbing everything off the table. Then, with the picnic basket under Noah's arm, they ran back to the horse and buggy. They laughed when they were both sitting in the buggy, looking at each other, soaking wet. That came out of nowhere, she said. He reached behind him and grabbed a towel and handed it to her. Thank you. Well, that didn't go to plan, Noah said. I guess we better make our way home then. Crystal wondered why he didn't suggest that they'd eat in the buggy. It just made sense. Since he didn't mention it, she didn't want to. Hiya, he yelled at the horse as they moved away from the park. He whistled as they drove along. They each caught one another's eye every so often and smiled. Crystal didn't mind the whistling, but it made having any kind of conversation difficult. Out of nowhere, a man riding a bike nearly ran into the side of the horse. Noah had to move the horse and buggy off the road to avoid him. Suddenly, the horse and buggy came to a halt, jolting them both forward. The bike rider didn't stop. Whoa! Crystal screamed. Are you okay? Noah asked, looking worried. Yes, I'm fine. Something's not fine. I'll go take a look. Noah jumped out of the carriage and into the rain. Ugh! Come on now, Noah yelled. Crystal turned around and looked out the back buggy window. She saw him throw his hat violently on the ground, still yelling. Then he walked up to her window. We're stuck in the mud. He threw his hands in the air. I can't believe this. Crystal was frozen in shock. She had never heard an Amish man lose his temper like this before. The more Noah shouted, the more uncomfortable she became. Was this because he had spent so much time away from the community and picked up bad habits? She started to feel sick. She had only thought of staying in the community because of him. Now, she wasn't so sure that was the best idea. Suddenly, a horse and buggy pulled up beside them. She watched as a tall man jumped out of the buggy and ran into the rain toward them. It was Andrew Weeks. Andrew was Bliss's husband's business partner. Then she remembered someone had suggested he'd be a good match for her. All was not lost. Andrew said a few words to Noah before they unhitched the horses. Noah walked toward her side of the carriage. This man will help us. We'll need to be outside the buggy so he can pull the buggy out. He looked at the ground. She noticed how much his demeanor had changed, even towards her. He seemed cold. She took his hand and jumped out of the buggy. Andrew gave Crystal a nod as he connected the buggy to the rear of his buggy. Thank you, Andrew, she said, yelling over the rain that was now falling a little more gently. Andrew gave her a wave before he got back into his buggy. Crystal was intrigued. Andrew seemed so nice and energetic. She'd noticed how strong he was, as he did all the work himself with ease, while Noah stood there, watching. Okay, step back, Andrew yelled from inside the buggy. His horses moved forward, and as they did so, the buggy was pulled out of the mud. Crystal clapped her hands and jumped up and down. It's out! Noah laughed. It is. You get back in the buggy now, out of the rain. Crystal did as he said. She watched as Andrew and Noah hitched the horses onto the buggy. Noah said, looking a little embarrassed, A bike came out of nowhere, and I had to get off the road or hit it. That's the only choice I had. Crystal noticed Noah hadn't thanked him. Thank you, Andrew. You're welcome. You two stay warm now. All the best. He turned and headed to his horse and buggy, and then he drove off. "You okay?" Noah asked Crystal as he got back into the buggy. She realized she'd been staring into space, watching Andrew's buggy drive off into the distance. "Yes." When he moved the horses forward, he said, "Sorry about that. I lost my temper, and that wasn't okay." She was pleased that he saw he was in the wrong. If he could see that, then there might be some hope that he could change. She wasn't about to judge him. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." "When will you move back to Gertie's house? My father's gone now, and you did tell him you'd stay there for a while." "Very soon, thank you, and thank your father from me." She'd much rather stay at the orchard, but now she felt obligated to stay at Gertie's house. It was good that Andrew came along when he did. "I would have been able to get us out." She tried to be positive and show him she wasn't someone to dwell on the downside of life. "The rain ruined our picnic, but I still had a fun time." He gave her a wide smile. "I'm glad." When they got to the orchard, she asked, "Would you like to come in?" She hoped he'd say no. Right now, she just wanted him to be far away from her. "No, I should go." She smiled. "Thanks again for everything." "No problem, Crystal." Crystal was delighted that he wasn't coming inside, because she wasn't used to being around people who had so much pent-up anger. She walked toward the house, listening to the clip-clopping of the horses' hooves moving away. Crystal stepped up onto the porch and then sat on one of the chairs. She had to process what just happened. Noah had a basket full of food. What was he going to do with it? Why didn't they eat? Why was he so upset by bike riders? And why hadn't he thanked Andrew for pulling them out of the mud? Chapter 22. It was 2 days after Favor's wedding. She was lying in bed listening to her husband and his mother talking in the kitchen. The walls in the house were thin, and it didn't help that Favor and Simon's room was right next to the kitchen. It made sleeping in awfully hard with the way Harriet clanged the pots and pans about. She even cracked eggs abnormally loudly. "I'm taking her a cup of coffee, just like I always do," Simon said to his mother after she'd questioned him regarding where he was going with the mug of coffee. "Yes, but you're married now. She should be looking after you," Harriet said. "Wives take care of husbands, not the other way around." Favor listened hard. What would her new husband say? She hoped he wouldn't agree with his mother as he always did. "I don't mind. You know she's not good at getting up in the mornings." "I thought that would change once you were married. There are responsibilities. We should all get up early and feed the animals." "There's no need, Ma. Just relax. She catches up on work through the day. She told me so." "We'll all have a talk this afternoon. Call it a family meeting." "Talk about what?" Simon asked. "Favor's duties. She'll have to improve." Favor was annoyed. She always worked hard, much harder than she'd ever worked on the orchard. To hear her mother-in-law say that about her was just hurtful. Simon opened the bedroom door and walked through. "Sorry I'm late. I hope it's not too cold." Favor sat up in bed, acting like she'd just woken up. She stretched her arms above her head. "Thank you. I'm sure it'll be fine." "Ma stopped me to talk. That's why it might be a little cold." Simon put her cup on the nightstand. "She's upset about you sleeping in." "It's hard to wake up so early. That's why I need the coffee. I mean, is it even necessary to get up at dawn?" Simon chuckled. "I don't mind, but the animals get hungry." "But the three of you do it, so why do I need to be there? I'd just be watching you. Your mother likes to do everything herself anyway." "I'm just telling you what she said." "I heard it." Favor reached for her coffee. "I don't know why she can't talk to me directly. Why does she tell you to tell me things?" Simon sat on the bed. "I guess she doesn't want to say anything to upset you. I don't mind if you sleep in." "Why don't you tell her that?" Favor sipped her drink. "I mean, did you tell her?" "She's probably wondering what will happen when they're no longer here." Favor looked up. This was great news. His parents were going somewhere? Then Favor and Simon could finally have some alone time. Where are they going? Nowhere. I mean, when they go home to be with God. Oh. Favor looked down. Would she have to wait that long to be alone with her husband? When that time comes, I'll get up early because I'll have to. Simon smiled at her. I know you will. Simon, if you don't mind that I sleep in, why don't you tell your folks that? I will. He gave a reassuring smile. Favor was doubtful since he hadn't done that one time when he was talking with his folks. Really? For sure? You'd stand up to them and tell them you're okay with it? He laughed. It's not really standing up to them. It's just giving my opinion. Favor was delighted to hear it. Thank you. When I sleep in the morning, I get more done through the day because I'm well rested. That's reason enough for not getting up before the sun rises. I've got to help Pa with some things. She grabbed his arm. You will say something to them, won't you? Yes, I sure will. Okay, I'll get up soon. He leaned over and kissed her forehead and then left the room. Favor finished her coffee and then slowly got dressed. Once she had pulled on her dress and stockings, she brushed out her hair. Her mind drifted to her wedding. It was over so quickly, and she didn't know when she'd see her family again. But then again, she had an entirely new family now. A new family that came with a new set of problems. Favor had decided a long time ago that she wouldn't be pushed around by Harriet once she was married. She had to stick with that. She'd dig her heels in about everything if she had to. No, she'd let Simon do it for her. That's what marriage was all about. It was a partnership. She'd let Simon stand up for her. Favor braided her hair and then fastened her braids before she placed her prayer cap on her head. Then she tied the strings under her chin. Now she was ready to face Harriet. When Favor walked into the kitchen, she saw Harriet busy at the stove, standing with her back to her. Favor leaned against the wall and said nothing. Her thoughts raced away with her. Most young married couples woke up in a house alone, with privacy. When she'd been a young girl dreaming about being a bride, she never imagined this was what her early married life would look like. Good morning, Harriet, Favor said as she sat down at the table. Harriet whipped her head around. Good afternoon, Favor. It's morning. Is it? Well, it might as well be afternoon, with all the work Melvin, Simon, and I have done, and all before you woke up. Favor thought it was best not to confront Harriet directly. It was best to let Simon tell Harriet later that she could sleep in. I'm sorry. I'll get better at this. I certainly hope so. You know we live on a farm. We've been waiting for you to realize you have to pull your weight. We're having a family meeting later today. Okay. It's always a good idea to have family meetings. Favor couldn't help smiling, thinking about the look on Harriet's face when Simon put his foot down about his wife sleeping in. Yes, it certainly is good to have a time when we can talk about what's bothering us. Harriet put eggs and bacon on a plate and placed it in front of Favor. Thank you. Harriet sat down with a cup of coffee. One day you might be making me breakfast. I cook. Don't make it sound like I don't, Favor pouted. How could Harriet speak to her like that when she was trying to be nice to her? I know you do, but I don't think it's fair that you sleep in. You could. Favor couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up and ran out of the room. When she got to her bedroom, she closed herself in. Then she sat on her bed and cried. Harriet burst into the room. Favor, you didn't let me finish speaking. Favor sniffed back her tears. She'd have to get a lock put on the door. I just got married. I just need some time to get used to the routine. But you've lived here for months in a spare room, and you've always slept in. What's going to change? Favor pressed her lips together. She needed Simon here now to stand up for her. Let's wait for the family meeting. We'll get everyone's opinion. They have the same opinion as I do. Now come out and eat your breakfast, or I'll feed it to the dogs. Favor was hungry, so she got up and walked back to the kitchen, with Harriet following close behind. I'm sensing you're upset, Harriet said. Favor bit her tongue at Harriet's odd comment. Of course she was upset.
I'm better.
Favor sat down at the table. I want us all to get along. You're my daughter now. That comment made Favor homesick for the first time since she'd been there.
I know, and we will all get along.
That's good. We should have a fresh start today. Favor looked down at her breakfast.
Thanks for this.
To make Simon happy, Favor was going to make a big effort to get along with Harriet.
I'll try to get up earlier tomorrow.
You will?
Yes, but I don't know why I have to. You're all doing things, and I end up just standing there.
When you learn what to do, you'll be able to do it.
Couldn't I have a different job? I'm not that good with animals. I never even had a pet of my own.
Harriet gasped. You poor child! Simon had a whole host of pets. Birds, tadpoles, cats, dogs, and so many other creatures. And that's not including all the farm animals.
I just wasn't interested. They're dirty and they're unpredictable. You never know what they'll do next. That's why I don't like horses, because they can do anything to you, and they're so big and scary.
If you treat them right, they'll treat you right. Favor cut her fried egg into 2 pieces.
I don't know about that.
Don't worry, you'll grow to love all our animals. Harriet gave her a dazzling smile. Favor forced a smile back at her. Chapter 23. After the evening meal and before their nightly Bible reading, the Koppel family sat in front of the fire in the living room. Ma wants us to have a family meeting. Melvin's tone was awkward, as though he didn't entirely agree with his wife. Even if he didn't, Favor knew he was never going to admit it. Harriet nodded. That's right. It's about Favor having trouble waking up in the morning. If we all pitch in, we will all have less work to do. Not only that, Melvin said, we'd finish our chores a lot faster. Yes, what can we do about that? Anyone got any suggestions? Harriet looked at Simon. When Simon didn't say anything, Favor was forced to speak.
I said earlier today that I tried to get up a little earlier.
Harriet sighed. You must do it, not try to do it. Favor looked at her husband, who was seated beside her. He still wasn't saying anything.
What do you have to say, Simon?
Simon looked at her. They make some good points. Favor couldn't believe it. He just went back on everything they talked about. She wasn't going to let him get away with it.
Why did you tell me just this morning that you don't mind me sleeping longer?
Did you say that? Harriet asked Simon. Yeah, but I guess I didn't think it through. Favor wanted to scream at him.
Well, do you mind or not? You told me you didn't mind, and then you were going to tell your mother that. Now you're here, you say something totally different.
He wriggled uncomfortably in his chair. It's not like that. I can see your point of view, and I can see Ma and Pa's point of view. Harriet wasn't happy with that. How do you see Favor's point of view, Simon? Your problem is that you keep taking her tea in the morning. That's why she thinks it's okay to sleep for longer. You're encouraging her.
I feel that everyone is picking on me. I said I try, and no one's happy with that.
Without the support of her new husband, Favor felt so alone. Trying is good, Melvin said. I think we can all agree that we've had a productive meeting. Harriet folded her arms. As long as she does try and knows how important it is. She said she would, Ma, Simon said. Favor sat there with her arms crossed, mirroring Harriet's pose, not saying anything at all. Now, I think we can start our Bible reading, unless anyone else has anything they want to say. When no one said anything, Melvin opened his Bible and started his readings from where they'd left off the previous night. Favor couldn't listen. The words didn't even enter her mind or her heart. She was too upset. She sat through the whole thing, just waiting until she could go to bed. When bedtime came, she said goodnight to everyone and went straight to her room. Simon came in behind her.
How could you do that to me?
Do what?
You didn't back me up. You let me down,
Favor whined. Shh! Keep your voice down. They'll hear you.
We need our own place.
Favor put her head on Simon's shoulder, and he put his arms around her. Our own place would be ideal, but you know that's not a possibility. I told you that from the start.
We need privacy, Simon. We're newlyweds.
Favor flung herself onto the bed, buried her face in the pillow, and cried. Simon sat down next to her and put his arm around her once more. I'm sorry, Favor. I don't know what to do. She sat up with tears streaming down her face.
Why did you let me down?
I didn't mean to. It's just that Mom made sense with what she said.
You're just impossible. All you had to say was what you said to me this morning.
There was a knock on the door. Harriet said,
Is everything okay in there?
It's fine, Ma, Simon told her. From behind the door, Harriet said,
Someone sounds upset.
It's okay, Ma, I can handle it. Favor whispered,
This is why we need our own place. How am I supposed to live like this? You can't agree with them. You have to agree with me because I'm your wife. I'm the most important person in your life, not them.
Simon opened his mouth in shock. They're my parents. They've done so much for me. They worked so hard on the farm, so they've got something to leave me.
Tell them you don't want it. If we move back to Lancaster County, I'm sure we could both work on the orchard. Or we could both find some different work.
He shook his head. No, Favor, it's not going to happen. We discussed all this before we married. You agreed to us living here. We're staying on the farm, our farm.
I agreed before I knew what it was like. We need privacy. I love your parents, but I don't want them listening to everything.
He sat down with her and held her hand. Things will get better. You're just adjusting to life here. She looked at him and knew that he was worth it. She flung her arms around him and put her head on his shoulder. We'll make it work. Everything will be great. You'll see, Simon said. Favor knew everything would be great if they moved out. That's what they needed. That's what most other newly married couples enjoyed. She thought back to when Joy and Isaac first married. They were living at the orchard in the main house, but they didn't like it either. Then they got a trailer that they put behind the barn. Joy and Isaac lived there for over a year before they moved out. Favor pulled away from him and sat up straight.
What if we got a trailer and put it on the property somewhere? We'd still be here, but we'd have our own space.
Simon frowned. Are you serious? Why would we do that when we've got a comfortable home here?
One word. Privacy.
It's not worth it, Simon yawned. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Favor wasn't going to give up until Simon stood up to his parents and until they had their own private place. That was the only way Favor would stay sane. Chapter 24. Back at Cherish's farm. I can't believe you're all leaving tomorrow. Cherish was finally alone with Malachi as they sat in front of the fire. Everyone else had gone to bed.
Me either. It's been great being able to be here for so long. I mean, 2 weeks isn't too long since it's been 3 years since I was here last. Does that make sense?
It does. You make sense most of the time. Cherish smiled.
Thanks, I think. So tomorrow I'll be back at the orchard. Any last things you want to talk about? I mean, with the farm, of course.
Like what?
I don't know. I just thought you might have some questions for me.
He shook his head. There is something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I've been working up the courage. Cherish frowned, pretending she was angry.
What have you done?
He didn't even smile. It's the fact that I'm a coward. I've not told you the truth.
About what?
Cherish hoped he wasn't going to say he was leaving the farm, or worse, that he did have a girlfriend. He stared at her. I remember that kiss. Cherish couldn't believe it.
Our kiss? Why did you pretend you didn't?
I just didn't know where things would go. Cherish took a chance.
Where do you want things to go?
Truthfully? She nodded. Well, I'd like you to be my girlfriend. His unexpected response made her breathe heavily, making her chest rise and fall. Now she didn't know what to say. What do you think about that? He asked. She couldn't stop from smiling. I'd like that too. He grinned and moved closer and put his arm around her. Cherish rested her head on his shoulder. Then he said, I've longed to hold you like this for so many years.
Why didn't you say so?
I couldn't risk losing you. You're not the easiest person to get along with at times. She couldn't stop smiling.
That's not so.
I think you know it's true. She didn't say any more. She just enjoyed the closeness. I thought if we dated and it didn't work out, I'd have to leave the farm, and I love the farm, almost as much. She looked up into his eyes. Was he just about to say he loved her? Their eyes locked, and then slowly his gaze fell to her lips. Cherish closed her eyes and waited for his lips to touch hers. When they did, it was the most magical moment she'd ever experienced in her life. Everything was perfect. As soon as the kiss ended, he whispered, I shouldn't have done that.
Yes, you should have.
Then he kissed her again, just briefly before he held her tighter. This day couldn't get any better. Hey, did you just agree to date me?
Yes.
He laughed. My prayers have finally been answered after all these years. Cherish was a little lightheaded.
This would have happened sooner if you'd stopped giving me mixed messages.
His lips twitched. It would have happened sooner if you'd been easier to read.
Don't blame me, it's your fault, Cherish teased.
Okay, I'll take the blame. I don't mind.
Neither do I, Cherish said with a laugh.
Do you want to keep this whole thing a secret? He asked.
Cherish didn't want to keep it quiet. What do you want?
I think secrecy is best until we get to know one another.
We know each other very well already, Cherish said.
I know that, but not in a relationship way.
Ah, I suppose you're right.
Cherish sighed inside, wondering if they were going to have a 10-year courtship. Then Cherish remembered she couldn't leave the orchard, so what was the point in dating Malachi at all? I'm always right, said Malachi.
Cherish laughed. So, how do you see this working since I hardly ever get to come here? Are we going to date through letters?
Letters and phone calls. We can do that.
That wasn't enough for Cherish. Okay.
Unless you want to take a leap in faith and marry me right now. She put her head on his shoulder and he pulled her closer.
Things are complicated at home.
His comment made her glad to know what his intentions were. If you weren't there, I'm sure they'd figure it out. Your parents have a lot of friends, and you said before that they can employ more people for the orchard.
I know. It's Fairfax who would be employing them. He's the manager now. But I just feel so guilty if I left.
Cherish pictured how old and frail Levi was. They'll work it out. Or do you want to be like Simon's parents in reverse?
What do you mean?
Cherish asked. You want to stay with your mother forever, joined at the hip?
Cherish laughed. You're so mean. I can't believe you said that about Simon's parents.
He laughed too. I've never hidden how I feel about them. Not about them, but about the way they act with Simon. He's a grown man. Cherish, you'll have to leave the nest sooner or later.
I know.
So, is that a yes?
I will come here again soon. It's hard because I need someone to come with me. They can't spare me at harvest time.
You're not answering my question. I said, is that a yes?
A yes to what?
Cherish asked. He grabbed hold of her hand. Cherish Baker, will you marry me? She couldn't help smiling.
We haven't even started dating yet.
We've been dating for 5 minutes, and we could be getting married too, if you'll have me.
But you said...
Forget what I said. I was trying to be sensible and practical. But now, I don't want to be tied to anything that makes sense.
Cherish giggled. So, I don't make sense?
You make perfect sense. You and me make perfect sense together. Although that was what she'd wanted for a long time, she couldn't give him an answer, not with what was going on at home. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Sure, do that. I'm sorry. The last thing I want to do is put pressure on you. Maybe this whole thing is moving too fast. I always rush in and regret it later. Everything is happening fast. It might feel like that to you, but I've been thinking this way for years. Cherish was a little surprised to hear it. You have? You must know that I've always liked you. Cherish shook her head. No, I thought, maybe, but I didn't know. I was worried you'd reject me. You could do so much better. I have nothing to offer you. That's why I haven't come forward to tell you how I feel, Malachi said. Now Cherish understood him a little better. There's nothing I need. I don't need money, and I already have a farm. And I'm a part owner of the orchard. I'm so happy you said that. We only need God and each other. We can figure out the rest day by day. That's true. I've got a few things to figure out. She'd never forgive herself if she put herself in front of her mother. Mom was so fragile sometimes, and if anything happened to Levi, Mom would quickly fall apart. Take your time, Malachi said. I'm not going anywhere. Thanks for understanding. I'm an understanding guy. Just remember that. Cherish smiled. I will. Just tell everyone about us when you're ready to tell them. I know you've got a lot to think about. Maybe you'll get home and change your mind. No, I won't. He gave her a smile, which calmed her. I know you have to think about your family, but just remember, you have to consider yourself too. Something will work out. Yeah, if it's meant to be, God will make a way. He will, Cherish said, as she rested her head on his shoulder once more. Early the next day, Cherish was disappointed to see the 8-seat vehicle arrive to take them home. She'd stayed up with Malachi, talking into the early hours of the morning. She held back tears as Malachi joined them all outside, carrying 4 suitcases. Cherish, you sit in the front, Ada ordered. Debbie and I will sit in the back with Jared in between us. Wilma can sit opposite. Hopefully we'll keep him calm for the journey. He does get bored, Debbie said. Ada tilted her head to the side. If he starts to pinch me again, I'll have to swap places with Cherish. What, so he can pinch me? Cherish asked. I bruise badly. You're young, you can handle it. Cherish noticed Debbie looking sad. It must have been awful for her, trying to control Jared's outbursts. It's okay, Ada. You can sit in the front the whole way. Ada grinned. Do you mind? Of course not. I'll help keep Jared occupied, Cherish said. Oh, you're a dear girl. Cherish laughed and Debbie thanked her. When all the bags were in the trunk, Cherish walked over to Malachi. She rubbed Wally's neck and then looked up into Malachi's eyes. Goodbye, Malachi. She couldn't even hug him or allow him to give her a quick kiss. Bye, Cherish. I hope to see you soon. He gave her a nod. She took a deep breath and got into the car. All aboard, Ada yelled out. We all ready? Mom laughed. We're all ready to go home. Cherish didn't know why they were so chirpy, leaving the farm. The car moved away and she turned around and looked out the back window at Malachi and Wally, getting smaller and smaller. It was awful to leave Malachi. She faced the front. Now she had so many things to think about. Firstly, she needed to consider what she wanted, and even whether Malachi was truly the right man for her. She'd seen how in love Favor was with Simon, and how she'd ignored so many things around her. Favor had blinders on and didn't see what other people saw about how awkward her life with Simon's parents could become. Was there anything that she couldn't see about Malachi right now? Cherish had to make sure she was considering all her options before she gave Malachi a yes. Either way, she'd move to her farm like she'd planned. Then, of course, there were the logistics of making a move to the farm with so many people back home depending on her. She'd need to get Mom used to the idea that she was leaving. But how was she going to do that?
Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook and want more, join my members-only section. You'll get early access to all my audiobooks weeks before they're released here, monthly discounts to my store, and members-only polls where you help me choose characters and shape future books. Your support truly means the world to me and helps me keep creating these stories for you. You'll find the link to join in the bio. You can also find all my audiobooks, paperbacks, and large print editions directly at samanthapriceauthor.com. Until next time, thanks for listening.
We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Stolen Amish Wedding, Book 27 of the Amish Bonnet Sisters by Samantha Price, read for you by Andy Garcia Roos. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.